pretty good turnout, don't we?
Yeah.
This is exciting. Especially since we threw this together in a really short time. And we ordered stuff on Amazon to get here that got here yesterday to make this work. So bear with us, but we're going to try to do this constantly. And I don't know if we're going to be doing better than we're doing today with the type of talent that we're bringing today, but we're going to do our best. We're flying, we flew in. I don't say flying anymore. We flew in the great James Wood from Tulsa, Oklahoma, to impart to you the knowledge that he's put together himself by landing in Tulsa, Oklahoma, moving there, and then getting his real estate license at the same time, creating a six-figure income, and then doing that year after year after year, and he's gotten better every year, and he's had enough of keeping it to himself. So he's here to show us what's worked for him, and we're all going to learn and get better today. And we put some notebooks on your table. They say RE/MAX Interiors. If you're not from RE/MAX, feel free to rip off the top page, okay? I don't want you getting in trouble with your brokers. I'm not here to recruit you. I'm here just to be and Nicole and I are here just to be a good part of the real estate community so that you come to us when it's time. Okay, so if you're not with RE/MAX, we're not here to recruit you. We're here to show you how wonderful we are. Okay? So, that being said, please put your hands together and welcome the great James Wood.
Woo! Wow, thank you. Thank you, Peter and Nicole. That's awesome. I should have had some really cool intro music there. You know what I mean? Maybe some Usher. Yeah, you know, I don't know, something to really get this morning started, right? So how many of you guys been to Tulsa before? Everybody's been to Tulsa. 2 people. Fantastic. All right, probably the only mention of Tulsa you guys really know is like when Chandler moved there in Friends, right? And they were like, oh, Tulsa, oh, yeah, you know? So every time I see that episode, I'm always like, you know, I used to like that show. But, so yeah, I'm from Tulsa. I live just north in a suburb called Owasso. My wife is a teacher at Ulagatolala. I don't know how to spell it, but I can't make this stuff up. But before you guys make fun of Ulagatolala, yesterday I drove on Patchogue-Yaphank Road.
Patchogue-Yaphank Road.
One more time?
Patchogue-Yaphank Road.
Drove on that, okay? So that is like Ulagatolala, okay? So I was like, I have no idea. I thought I was going to New York. You guys have some interesting names around here too. Very cool. So any of you guys before this event ever heard of me? Ever heard me speak? All right, very good. All right, nice and humble. Thank you. Nobody. That's cool. No worries. So I'm gonna just tell you a little bit about myself. So for like 27 years, I had no desire to be a realtor. I didn't even think of that as a career. In my mind, a realtor was a 65-year-old, blonde-headed, kind of heavy-set lady. That is what a realtor. I never really thought about that as a career. Never thought I want to be a realtor in my life. In fact, I can actually remember a day, I think I was in college. My mom was like, yeah, Zillow, you know, it's this big thing. I don't even really know that we'll have realtors in the future. Oh yeah, realtors, that's dumb. I'm 19, I don't know what I'm talking about. She doesn't know what she's talking about, right? And so, but I believed it, okay? And so I moved to Tulsa in 2015, and then what happened? I decided, well, I'm gonna get my real estate license, okay? I was working in the Christian music industry, transitioning, wanted to kind of be an entrepreneur. I love Shark Tank. Anybody like Shark Tank? Anybody? Love it? Good. That's one of my favorite shows. And I just wanted to be a business person. My aunt owns a bunch of restaurants, so I kind of approached her, what do you think? I could open up some franchises like you did. $250,000 to $300,000 to just open one door. I was like, I'm good, never mind. I don't want that risk, okay? I want to sleep at night. So decided to get my real estate license, and as you can see on the screen, it just took off. It blew up. I never dreamed Oklahoma, Southern Midwest kind of, my upbringing, I never dreamed about making 6 figures. Much less 200,000 or 300,000. That was never even a dream that I had. Ended up winning Rookie of the Year. Any of you guys ever been to R4, the international conference that RE/MAX puts on every year? So got invited to that. If this stupid COVID will die down, they're flying me to Brazil later this year. So like things have just taken off and it's been a really, really cool journey. And now I'm getting to hang out in New York with you guys. So I'm really looking forward to all of this. I plan today to make you super uncomfortable. If I haven't already, okay, I'm going to really work to push you, to make you uncomfortable, because I believe that's where growth will happen. That's where I believe some kind of change can happen today that's going to make a positive impact on your business. So today, here's a rough agenda. If you don't know what we're talking about, I've got some basic rules to live by, some philosophies of being a great realtor that I just want to share with you. I'm also going to share with you some conversations, some topics that I use every single day that help me win more clients, retain them, help me win buyers' offers. Anybody struggling right now? Anybody like buyers? Oh my gosh, how do I get an offer accepted? We're going to kind of talk about that for a minute. Somebody here might want to find a new listing. I've got a few tips, a few tricks that I'm going to share with you of how I've recently found some inventory and found some deals that you're sitting on and you just might not even know it. Also, lots of ways to use video, okay? That's probably one of the reasons I've gotten some notice, and one of the reasons that ended up getting me here is because I use video every single day, and not all of it is on social media. In fact, the overwhelming majority of the videos I do don't end up on Facebook or Instagram, okay? You'll never see them because they're one-to-one. I'm sending it to one person, which has far greater impact. And again, I'm going to show you different ways that I use it. And lastly, how to create raving fans. Why did last year 86% of my business come from repeat clients and their referrals? 86%. Now keep in mind, only been in business 5 years and in a market I'm not from. Didn't go to high school with these people, didn't go to college with any of these individuals I know. They're all strangers, or at least they were 5 years ago when I moved to Tulsa, because I knew two people, all right? My mom, my stepdad. And there's only so many houses you can sell your mom before she's like, you gotta go get some new friends. Okay? But all my friends were you guys, and they had real estate licenses. So it's kind of hard to sell houses. So I did some things that I plan to just share with you today. We'll start with the rules of real estate. The rules of real estate. These are just, again, principles to live by. Rule number 1, answer your stinking phone. It's unbelievable. We are in a service industry, and yet so many realtors, I cannot get them on the phone to save my life. But I mean, like 10 minutes later, I can get a text, no problem from them. And then, let me just try calling you again. Nope, back to voicemail. And then they will not pick up the phone, okay? We are in a service industry, and I can track almost all of my sales at some point to using my phone, having a conversation. So don't neglect that. If for some reason you just absolutely can't use your phone, can't answer the phone, use the auto response. At least send the quick little, hey, I'm with a client, I'll get right back to you as soon as I can. Okay, cool, got it. That's acceptable. But dadgummit, be on your phone and respond. Rule number 2, we need to act like a CEO. I think there's too many of us that aren't treating this like a profession and a career and running it like a business. And too many of us, we just earn that commission and we go spend it. That's it. Let's make that car payment. Let's get those new jeans, right? The $140 ones, okay? All right? Don't look at my jeans. Everybody just look at my jeans. Anyways, these are not $140 jeans, right? I don't care what brand my jeans are. I would rather invest more money in my business, figure out how to turn a couple $100 into a commission of $7,000, $8,000, $10,000, okay? So stop thinking about those material things and start acting more like a CEO. I like to ask this question: would you hire you? Like, based on your work ethic, based on your drive, based on your commitment to real estate, would you hire you? Would you retain you and keep you? Or would you eventually say, hey, you got to go. Got to cut some dead weight. Got to get somebody that's a go-getter. Ask yourself about your own personal business philosophy. Also, act like a CEO, saving for taxes. Did you know those are due Monday? They're due Monday. And there's somebody in here worried about their tax bill to Uncle Sam, and oh my God, I didn't save. Like, from day one, I've just stuck a very large percentage, and I hate it. It sucks. But every single paycheck goes into a savings account, and I pretend like I don't have it. And I have yet to have a problem. I hope that you'll act like a CEO and be ready for that. Reinvest into your business. please have a custom domain name. Like, I can't tell you how many times I'll be like, hey, realtor, what's your website? Oh, let's see, it's like j.wood-remax/Oklahoma. I am lost. Like, how do we not have simple ways to find you online? Bestagentever.com, right? Huh? You guys like that? I had no idea I'd ever be speaking across the country when I decided to make my email james@bestagentever.com. But still, I decided to run it like a CEO and make sure that people can easily find me. I hustle hard because no one's gonna build this business for me. And I want that for you. I wanna help you figure out how to work smarter and not harder. A couple of examples is figuring out who to focus on. Sometimes we, especially the newer realtors, we spend way too much time with those tire kickers. And we've got to figure out how to identify who's real, who's legitimate, and who's just wasting our time. Maybe you're at that point of your business where you need to hire a transaction coordinator. Somebody take some of that paperwork off your desk so you can focus on more income producing activities. Because the last time I checked, grabbing initials and signatures on one more document isn't putting more money in your banking account, okay? You need a transaction coordinator, and what's cool about the way we do it in Oklahoma, I assume it's the same for here, is they only get paid when you get paid. So if that deal doesn't close, you're not out anything. It's a very smart investment having a transaction coordinator. Also, something that is a huge time saver, again, working smarter and not harder. How about text replacement? I hope we're all using this. And if you're like, I have no idea what you're talking about, this is one of my favorite little tips to share. Text replacement. So you can see on the left, these are codes, all right? These 3 letters. So I will type in ZIQ in my phone, and in my mind, that stands for Zillow Inquiry. I do not type out, hello, this is James Wood of RE/MAX, and I just received your Zillow inquiry. Do you have a specific question, or would you like to schedule time? I don't type all that out. I literally hit ZIQ send. It's amazing. I also use text replacement to auto-populate my email address, my title company's address, because every once in a while, do you guys have earnest money here? It's an honest question. No. Earnest money, no kind of financial deposits up front? Then skip that whole step. All right. So there might be a different case. Maybe you need them to come to your office. Maybe you need a client to drop something off. I don't know. That's a popular thing in Oklahoma. I don't have to type out my office address. I hit 103, okay? And in my mind, that auto-populates 10306 North 130. We got this stupid long address. Text replacement is amazing. Maybe it's your favorite lender. I 100% do not know if iPhones and Androids love to communicate together on sharing contacts. So I love to just do it this way. DOI stands for Dan Aller Info, and it auto-populates all of his contact info and where they can apply. DanAller.com. I love that. How about RE/MAX? If you can see that at the bottom. Can we please make sure we're spelling RE/MAX right? Okay, RE/MAX, like, drives me nuts to see other real estate professionals in our own organization doing any of those with a red X next to it. Please make sure you're spelling it right. Like, protect our brand and do it the right way. In the South, we say amen. Amen, you know what I mean? Hallelujah. Some of those, no? Okay. Must be a Southern thing. Sometimes I get a little more like, yeah, woo, love it. Okay, in case, by the way, I love response. Has anybody, when I just told you about the text replacement, did anybody think, oh, I need to figure out how to do that? Will you just be honest? Anybody? Thank you, thank you, thank you. If you have an iPhone, boom. Amen. Thank you, love you, literally you. You're the best. Text replacement, that's how you do it, okay? Text replacement. You go to settings, hit general keyboard, and then text replacement. This is where you type in all those codes. They're gonna save you so much time. I absolutely love this.
Hey, James.
Yes?
Do you happen to know if that also translates to desktop computers?
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. When I'm typing out emails, bingo, it still works as long as you've got it all connected in the Apple world the correct way, which I don't know how I did it, but it did. So yes, it does work. Okay, so that's for iPhones. Do I have any Android users in the house? Android, okay. I don't have one, but when I Googled it, this is what they told me to do. They said, throw away your phone. That's what I found on Google. Do not shoot the messenger. This is just Google, y'all. cannot help it. Listen, there is no one more stubborn than a dadgum Android user who will not switch to an iPhone. Okay? Amen? Oh, goodness. I was speaking one time and I did this joke, and it went over about like it did here. Killed it, right? And literally, like, someone comes up to me later and like, okay, so I Googled it, and Android says that I don't give a crap, okay? Just in case you were wondering, Android users definitely figure it out. I know there's a way. I just don't know how, so you don't have to worry about it. Rule number 3. Do we have any new realtors? Like less than 18 months. Okay, a good handful of you. Rule number 3, never admit that you're new. I even had it on the screen, okay? Now you're never gonna raise your hand again. Those of you that just did, like, oh crap, he got me. He got me. No, for real though, never admit that you are new. I think that is a big misstep, especially like when you're in transaction with another realtor. Do not go to them for advice. What are you doing asking the other realtor at the other company what they would do in this situation? I don't know, I'm brand new. Oh dear God. Great, this means I'm doing both sides of this transaction. That's what I think, okay? Don't do that. Instead, you should get a mentor, you should get a coach, you should get somebody, maybe it's your broker. But let's be honest, they sometimes have 30, 40, 50 people they're helping, right? But you need somebody you can go to. And you need to just make sure, hey, is this cool if I run this past you? What do you think here? What would you do here? And then you make the phone call to the other realtor. You do not get on that phone, right? So don't admit that you're new. Also, I don't recommend that you advertise being new to potential clients, because I think it's the most expensive asset they're ever gonna own. And I don't know that I want to handle my most expensive asset with a rookie, with a inexperienced. Now, by the way, we all started somewhere. I am not knocking you. It's just never act like you're new, right? Sometimes you got to fake it till you make it. I told you I used to work in the Christian music industry. I showed up at this humongous outdoor festival. When I say outdoor, like humongous, 20,000 people at this huge thing. And I had no business being there, okay? I was there to promote an event I was doing in the same city the next month, okay? My own festival that I was hired to work for. So I show up, I'm gonna be passing out flyers, kind of like guerrilla marketing style, right? Just really getting out the word that, hey, y'all like these bands. Well, guess what? 1 month later, these bands are coming, you're like them too. So I'm there, and the guy that hired me to promote his event, he shows up with a golf cart. I was like, what are you doing? He's like, get in. Okay. We drove right past security. No big deal. We're backstage with 18-wheelers, eating dinner with the headline. Like, we had no credentials. We did not belong there. We showed up with a golf cart. Who shows up with a golf cart? No one, okay? So, fake it till you make it, all right? That's my advice for the newer realtor. Also, newer realtors, one last thing, do not be a know-it-all. That doesn't mean, because you got your real estate license, honey, I know what I'm doing. This is how this works. Oh, God. Please stop. You're 1 transaction, 4 transactions, 8, 12, 15 transactions. No, that just because you had that experience does not mean it is like a blanket statement that always applies, okay? Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so what about if they ask you, because sometimes sellers ask questions. What about if they ask
Who asks questions? Sellers?
Sellers, yeah.
Sellers.
If you're taking pretty much like a
listing appointment.
Right. So what about if they ask you, how long have you been doing real estate?
I haven't been doing it as long as I would like, but here's what's been working for me really well.
Yes.
See how I just diverted?
Got you.
I never said I've been doing it for 3 months.
Okay.
Do you think you're gonna hire me after 3 months? Hell no.
No.
No chance. Haven't been doing it as long as I would like, but you know what's been working really well for me?
Yes.
Right? Diversion. Diversion. They'll never think about it again. Also, if they ask you how long you've been doing it, there's a chance you didn't yet provide them enough value. They don't yet believe in you. Most likely. Every once in a while, it truly is just like, how long you been doing that? Like, they just, yeah, exactly. Sometimes it's that. But if you feel like it's more of an interview, like, how long have you been doing this?
Yes.
Chances are, got to work on that presentation, which, good thing you're here. Anybody that does that? Because we're going to talk about that here in just a little bit. All right? All right. Rule number 4. Be a student of the game. You need to always remember, and right now I'm talking to myself, always be a student, y'all. I was on the airplane yesterday reading a book and I was like, holy crap, that is so good. It was written I'm gonna tell you all about it here in a little bit, okay? But I'm just saying, there should never be a point where you think, I got this. Like, I got this, you know? No, you should always keep that mentality of what else can I absorb? What else can I implement? How else can I improve my business? Make sure you read your dadgum contracts. Anybody else find that to be a problem around here, or is it just Oklahoma? Realtors do not read the contracts, okay? I literally did a deal recently with new construction. And in our area, they have a different, they had their own form actually. They didn't use the state new residential sales contract. And so I'm reading through it. Things didn't add up. Things just didn't, that doesn't make sense. So reach out to the sales rep. Hey, here's what I read. Can you elaborate? Can you tell me more about this? And he kind of, well, gave me an answer. And then, okay, now on this other area, this doesn't make sense to me. This is what I interpret, and this is kind of what it said. James, no one ever reads these things. I literally got that from him. Nobody ever asks me any questions. So you read the contracts, don't you? No. Yeah, I do. That's what I said. Yeah, I read the contract. I'm not going to send this to my client and just let them sign something. I don't know what it says, right? They wrote it. I'm sure it's fine, you know? The builder, right? I actually read the dadgum thing. So read your contracts. And then just know that the ability to communicate your experience and your knowledge is what's going to win you more clients. Okay, so absorb the information and then figure out how to speak it, okay? Figure out how to communicate it. That's rule number 4. Oh, isn't that the cutest little guy you ever did see, huh? He's mine, I know. All right, oh, thank you. That's my little boy. The reason I included that picture is because rule number 5 is be an agent that other agents want to work with. I want when they drive by and they see my sign in the yard, they want to do a deal with James Wood. Not, oh yeah, Sheila. Oh gosh, Karen. That's the name, not Sheila. Karen. Sorry, Karen. Yeah. Sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry.
Patchogue, yeah, Pank Road.
Sorry. But I want them to want to work with me. I think too often we undervalue the realtor relationships. And especially right now in this market, we're going to again talk about that in the buyer's side of things, but we can't undervalue working our relationships and how important they are. Reputation is everything, not only with realtors, but also with clients. One thing I love doing is I think we've got to stop avoiding the confrontation or like, you know, oh, I'm only going to send this little text message to say this thing. Let's, for instance, say, maybe this is before the crazy seller's market is today, but this is the example I've used a lot prior to the seller's market we're in. I would have a client that would bring a stupid offer. Anybody ever in their career had that happen? They brought something that is so dumb. Like you would even say, this kind of like a lowball offer. Don't just send it to the other realtor. I don't know about you, but I know when I received that, I even kind of judged the realtor like, did they really just bring this offer to me? Are they smoking crack crazy, right? So what I will do is I will call the other realtor and I will say, Karen, I need to let you know I'm bringing you an offer and it's not what I hoped it would be, but I just want to ask that you encourage the sellers to respond. And let's see if we can't patch a deal together. How about that, Karen? You see what I just did there? I related with Karen. I kind of said this is stupid, but without saying this is stupid. Because I cannot just throw my clients under the bus, okay? I have to present what they want to offer. But I can align myself with, this isn't what I hoped it would be, right? Or maybe in these multiple offer situations, you actually take the time and you communicate back to all the buyer's agents. I know, all 29 of them that did not win. But let them know, thank you for your efforts, and I'm so sorry this market's so crazy. I don't know about you, but I am ready for 2019 to come back. Can I get an amen? Amen. Thank you. And so I know what you're going through, and I hope your buyers get that next deal. Keep it up. Good luck to you. Hope to work with you in the future. You see what again, I am building those relationships compared to, they went with a different offer. Whoo, rude. You know what I mean? So build those relationships. Take a quick minute and invest in that time. I promise you, people are going to remember that. I want to be an agent other agents want to work with. You guys, my favorite rule. Rule number 6. People are dumb, all right? It is a rule. It is James Woods' official rules. Number 6, people are dumb. That is gasoline in bags in a trunk, okay? I don't know if you've heard, having a little bit of gasoline shortage right now, okay? Who is this stupid? They're out there. They exist. They're amongst us, okay? Not in this room, but they are amongst us. Did you have a question?
I was just going to ask, is that in the South, what they do?
Oh, no, this is on Google. No, this is not. I don't know where that came from. I just found it on Google. It was like, someone is that stupid, you know? I hope they are not in Tulsa, Oklahoma, okay? Maybe, I don't know where it is, but yeah. Wow. So people are dumb. I want to encourage you as realtors to get some thick skin if you don't have it. Okay? It's going to come in real handy. And make sure you do not have that knee-jerk reaction. Stop it. I know it feels good in the moment to send a little, here's what I think about you, right? Don't do it. I learned a very valuable concept in the Christian music industry when I was in Nashville. I was hanging out with Jeff Roberts. He means nobody to y'all, but he is the biggest booking agent. Okay, agency. He owns his own firm, and he booked some of the biggest names. We were having lunch, and he told me one thing I have committed to is never burning a bridge. When an artist leaves my roster and they go to our competitor, I could get mad. I could be disappointed. All the hours we've invested in them, all the shows we've booked for them, all the hours and hours of effort we've worked for them. But they think the grass is greener somewhere else, and it's unfortunate, but I do not get mad. I do not burn a bridge. Instead, what I do, James, is I pray with them. He said, I wish them the best. I bless them on their journey as they go, and I tell them that the door is always open. If you ever feel like the grass wasn't greener over there, I want you to come back home. Woo! Right? I mean, how about that? So when you're working with other realtors, when you're working with clients who get a little nasty, and maybe they go buy a house with someone else, what good did it do to send that text other than just for a quick moment, oh, that felt good. And then immediately it's like, that was dumb. That was dumb. Get some professionalism, right? And never burn a bridge. Don't give in to that right there. Rule number 7, make sure you always ask why. And I mean, you need to ask why on everything. I get so tired of when I ask another realtor, hey, just out of curiosity, can you help me understand why you did this? Well, that's the way it's always been done. That's what you got? That's what you got? That's the way it's always been done. That does not work for me. Okay? That does not work for me. So, ask yourself, why are you holding an open house? Does anybody ever do open houses ever up here? Yes? Okay, good. Whew. Okay, good. Got a whole section about open houses here in a minute. All right, why are you holding an open house? We're going to discover here in a minute why. Why am I working a booth at this trade event, this home and garden thing? Why am I there? What's the purpose of it? Why? Any of you guys have these? Anybody? Anybody? Has anybody ever put one of these on your sign in a yard? Yeah, you've seen it. Maybe you didn't do it, but somebody did it. My question is, why? Why? I believe there are 2 purposes for a sign in the yard. One is to identify that home is for sale. The other reason is to what? It's to get phone calls. For me, it's to get phone calls. Do you think when I put this out, the chances increase or decrease of getting a phone call?
Increase.
They what? Decrease. Okay, good. I thought I heard increase. They decrease. When I put this on the sign, why would someone call that phone number? It's sold. It's gone. It's off the market. It's not available. You've already told them what they need to know. It's sold. So, no more sign calls on that, right? So you know what I did? I literally had this epiphany. I realized, why am I doing that? Why am I doing that? And I gave away all my sold signs to the other realtors at a different company, right? It's like, hey man, you need some sold signs? Here you go, right? Yes, ma'am.
Yes, I just want to tell a really brief story. Peter actually sold me my house
Cool.
a year and a half ago.
Yeah.
Before I became a realtor. And the sign was on my house. I remember saying, I was in contract and then going close to closing. I'm like, why didn't you put under contract? Why didn't you put sold? He's like, because I want people to keep home.
That's right. That's the guy right there, y'all. We got a good leader right there. That's awesome. And thanks for sharing that story. Because on my way here today, I read a text from a client that I put their home under contract just 2 days ago. And he texted me, hey, people keep driving by our house really slowly. We need one of your sold signs to go out there. And I sent him a video saying, here's why I'm not going to do that. Now, the key is, when you tell them that, you've got to make sure you also include the reason that's about them. The reason it's about you is because I want to make sure that if I do get any more phone calls, if this deal falls through, then I have a phone number to somebody who else might be interested, which is stupid because I realize I got 13 offers on the house, okay? But they don't necessarily think that through, and even if they do, I then followed up with, and I won't get any more phone calls, and that's one of my number one goals of marketing. I have a marketing degree, and I cannot do that. It just goes against my core beliefs. It's a religious thing, goes against my religion, okay? All right? Sales 101. You know what I mean? Can't do it. Sorry. And they're always cool, right? I saw a hand. Yes, sir.
Some towns on Long Island have laws that say once you sell that house,
Cool.
the value must come down as towns and villages. So
Yeah, definitely follow your local state guidelines. I am definitely not here to trump the New York Real Estate Association, whatever. But if they have no rules on putting a sold sign out that it must be done within a day or 2 or 3, then don't do it. And I hope today, if that's not a rule, I hope you will go home, get all of your sold riders, and give them away to other realtors, okay? All right? You should not be using them. It's just bad business. Again, rule number 2, act like a CEO, okay? So always ask why. That's a really important one. All right. Rule number 8, be a freaking unicorn, baby. All right? Figure out how to stand out from the pack. In my office, we say, be a unicorn in a field of horses. Okay? That's going to be part of the success, the secret sauce, whatever you want to call it, is being a unicorn and learning how to stand out from the pack. I tell you, for me, what's really helped make me a unicorn is the use of video. Okay? So that's why I'm doing a whole segment on how to use video today in your business. But learn how to stand out from the pack. Also have some great leave-behinds, some great materials that when you meet with clients, you can give it to them. Again, we'll go over this in a little bit. Make sure you have something that just makes you not look like all the other realtors, okay? Number 9, I say this, no more clients. That is a rule. I never want one more client. From now on, I only want raving fans. I only want raving fans. You see, customer satisfaction, that's like the bare minimum. That to me is just unacceptable. I want cheerleaders. I want people who love me, who feel like they are an ambassador of my brand. They give out my business cards and my contact information to everyone they know. They share my content on social media. They reach out to me when they hear someone might be selling their house soon, and I thought of you. You might want to know. Thank you so much. I only want raving fans. I also believe that while we're never perfect, we better do everything we can to make it right. Because when we're not perfect, but yet we still make it right, we will still make raving fans. I remember very early days. I think it was the 3rd, maybe 4th or 5th house I've ever sold. And I remember showing up to closing, and my client was unhappy that they did not get a brand new microwave because the number 1 button didn't work. The whole rest of the microwave worked just fine. Just the number 1 didn't work. And they understood somewhere in our conversation that because on the disclosures it was advertised as normal working order, but that doesn't work, they were going to get a new one. And I don't know how I miscommunicated it, but I know that it was part me because I was brand new, and I know I'd heard that theory, and yeah, I probably just messed that all up. I don't know, but you didn't get one. Right? We only asked for other things, like the new roof. Like we got you a whole new $10,000 roof. So this one button, I just thought we might skip that, right? It seemed a little lower on the priority level to me. But not to them. To them, thought we were getting a new microwave. Well, crap. Okay. Don't worry about it. Go to closing. I got you taken care of. Go to Hans, a local place, Hans Appliance Warehouse, where lots of builders get microwaves. I took a picture of the model number inside that microwave. I call Han on my way to closing. Yes, they have one. Thank you, Jesus. I'll swing by this afternoon, pick it up. Here's my credit card. I go grab it. That night for dinner, my wife and I, we grab pizza, beverages, microwave, show up with a microwave. Right? Fourth deal, right? Show up, and they were like, oh, you went and got us some, y'all, you're so nice. And and here's pizza, and here's drinks, and all this stuff. Their mother, one of their mothers, the wife's mother, she's there. She's helping them, kind of do some touch-up paint, some little stuff. And she says, do you sell houses in Claremore? Now, for those of you not familiar with Tulsa landscape, you would be mindfully equal to me at the time, going, where is Claremore, Oklahoma? Yeah, I sell houses there all the time. Yeah, problem, of course. Yeah, sure. Claremore, let me Google that later. I don't know. Right. Sure. Yeah. Love to help you. I list her $300,000 home, which let me give you back to mentally where we're at. Tulsa at the time averages $150,000. Okay, that's a normal sales price, $150,000. That's a good day. $300,000 was like, ooh, luxury, right? I know. Yeah, laugh. It's cool. $300,000 was a big freaking deal. I show up, I get the listing, I get a sign call. And Tim's talking to me about this house, and I tell him all about it. I show it to him. We discover it's not big enough. And he really wants an in-ground pool. He'd like a little more land. Cha-ching, cha-ching, cha-ching. $550,000 house. All right? And that domino just kept going, by the way. I ended up making over $50,000 that I can connect back to JD and Shelby. Pizza and a microwave. A $260 microwave, over $50,000 in commission. Okay? Always make it right when you do screw it up. I promise you it's worth every penny in the long run. That's rule number 9. Never another client, only create raving fans. My last rule, 10. Either do it top notch or don't freaking do it at all. I hope you can already tell that's just the kind of person I am. Everything in my world must be the best. It must be top notch. I will do everything with excellence to the best of my abilities, or I'd rather just not touch it. I'd rather just stay away. I don't like halfway doing things. My reputation is far too important. This also creates more raving fans, and at the end of the day, it's just the right thing to do, okay? The right thing to do is always do everything top notch. Those of you who raised your hand, you said you were a newer realtor. Earmuffs, okay? Earmuffs, don't listen to this part. The more experienced realtors who want to invest in some maybe kind of silly places, but I believe it was a smart investment on my end. I did some really high-end business cards, okay? Some like really, really high-end. I'll kind of pass a few of them out so y'all can check them out. These high-end business cards, I got to tell you, every single time I go to an appointment, the first comment, or whenever I meet a buyer, the first comment is, wow, this is one of the nicest business cards I've ever seen. To which I respond, if that's what I do with the little things, imagine what it's going to be like when you hire me. Woo! How about that? Huh? Do you mind giving one to that table too? Thank you. Ma'am? Okay, so my point being, again, if you're a newer realtor, this might not be the investment for you today. We need to have priorities. That is rule number 2, think like a CEO. And today, when your budget is really small, this is not the investment today. But as your business grows and you're trying to figure out how to get better and better and better and always be the best at everything, that might be something you want to consider, is upgrade your business cards. And please, ladies, could we get a headshot that was taken in the last year or two? I'm just going to say, okay, all right? Could we not use your headshot from 10 years ago? Please, please. Okay, good. I'm glad we're jiving. I feel it. I don't know if you do, but I feel like we're good. I feel like I can just be really honest here. Yes, sir.
Do you have an opinion on these versus the digital kind of business card?
Use them both. You know what I mean? If you're hanging out with a 23-year-old, I guarantee you they don't want that piece of junk. You know what I mean? They want it on their phone. But when you go meet with a 45, 50, 60, 70-year-old, they're probably a little bit more, generally. Okay, listen, I'm only 33 and I'd rather have that personally, but you know what I mean? Man, do it both. All right, you guys like my rules?
Yeah.
Anything good there? How many people did I offend? No, only one. Karen. Karen. There will be no redemption on that. I'm sorry. Whew. All right. Let's jump into some conversations that convert. This is one of my favorite things. I'm very, very passionate about my words, and I'm very, very passionate about lead conversion. In the early days, as I was building my business, remember I got licensed in 2015. I'm in Tulsa, I don't know anybody. And every single stinking conference I went to, they would talk about your circle of influence, your sphere. I know 2 people, that doesn't help me, Bob. Okay? I need leads. I need somebody that might want to buy or sell a house, and I don't already know them. I don't know anybody. So for me, I quickly got really talented at generating leads. And I made a great income off just Hitting the phone, hitting the phone, hitting the phone. That became a thing. And I've got a phrase up here, I hope you eat it up like I do. We, as real estate professionals, we are paid proportionately to the quality of the words that come out of our mouths. I don't know if that just sunk in. I'm going to say it one more time. We are paid proportionately to the quality of the words that we use. This is what's going to make you 6 figures, 2 6 figures, whatever. You know what I'm saying. That is mastering your words. I cannot stress that enough. I really believe this, you guys. I am not in the business of selling houses. I just got to figure out how to sell myself. I do not ever sell a house. I only sell me. Okay? That's it. When you figure out how to sell yourself and how to use your words, you'll retain all the clients and you'll sell them all the houses in the world. Okay? So conversations that convert. Use this question. May I give you some free advice? If you are taking notes, this is one I highly recommend you write it down, you circle it, you star it, you arrow it, you master that question, because at the end of the day, every single time I've ever asked the question, may I give you some free advice? I've never had a response. Nah, I'm good. Now, by the way, if I ever get that response, that has quickly identified, I don't want to work with you either. See ya, right? I'm out of there. But every single time I use that opening line, and it just, guys, it opens them up. Now they are ready to receive. They are ready to hear the information that I have to tell them. May I give you some free advice? Whew, love that line. So here we go. Let's figure out how to convert some leads. First of all, kind of a buyer mindset right now. Okay, that's kind of where I'm at right now. If you're working with some buyers, you need to talk to them about the benefits of a buyer's agent. I like to make sure they understand that the agent, the listing agent, they work for the seller. They do not work for you. So if you're going to go around calling signs in the yard, please understand that you don't have a realtor. You are unrepresented. If you go look at it with them in Oklahoma, we have a thing called procuring cause, the realtor that opens the doors, the realtor that's supposed to write the offer and represents you. And if they're already working for the seller, you are all alone. Okay? So you have to educate them. We cannot make the assumption that they know this. They don't. Okay? It's our job to be the professionals and tell them. And again, even with these basics, like yesterday I flew on this airplane, and do you know that they came over the intercom and they told me how to fasten and unfasten a seatbelt for those of us that haven't been in a car for 60 years, okay? But they made no assumptions. They were a professional, okay? So they did their job, we've got to do ours. Conversations, benefits of a buyer's agent. Next, I make sure they understand that I can help you with any property. You want to go look at a for sale by owner? FSBO, I got you, let's go. No matter what, you're never going to pay a dime of commission. What about brand new construction? You guys do have some brand new homes going up with builders. I haven't seen too many of them as I've only been here a few hours, but I think you guys have a much longer history, much older, more charming, more characteristic homes. Here or back where I live, it's just new construction like everywhere, okay? I've got 4 or 5 or 6 right now, brand new houses. I mean, it's just, we are pumping them out as fast as we can make them. But I let them know you do not have to go in it alone. You can have a realtor like moi represent you for free. Even if the property isn't listed, I got you covered. Any house. Oops, don't know what button I pushed. That is not it. There we go. Custom property search. I can set you up with an MLS search, and it's going to be far more accurate than Zillow. Okay? I know. Don't shoot the messenger. Zillow. I didn't talk about them, but I'm just saying my search is free, and again, I don't know how your system is set up. Mine, it searches the MLS every single 15 minutes. That way a new listing, within 15 minutes of it hitting the MLS, it will notify them via email, and I'll let them know it's automatic. It bypasses me on purpose, because today I'm in New York. I'm going to be speaking for 5 hours. Y'all, I might get to preaching, okay? We might go till dinner time. Y'all just hang tight, okay? Bear with me. But my point is, I'm not on my phone. I'm not searching for houses. I'm out showing houses. I'm meeting with builders. I'm doing all this stuff. Y'all can just look at an email and go, yeah, we like that. Let's go see it. Fantastic. I got you set up, right? But I intentionally tell them it's going to come just automated through the MLS, because I'm a CEO and I know that I have other activities more important other than just searching and searching and searching the MLS for inventory that's moving. That email is going to get to it before I can anyway. okay? Custom property search. How about this? Anybody ever said to you, especially in this market, but James, they just bought this house 2 years ago for this. I can't believe this price. Has anybody heard anything like that?
Yeah.
Then you're going to love this discussion. Here's how I bypass that crap, okay? I let them know, what's your name? You were so nice to ask me a question a minute ago.
Sandy.
Sandy, awesome, I love that name. It's my wife's name, so I love that name. All right, so Sandy, here's my question. If I were to give you a house for free, tomorrow are you gonna turn around and also give it away for free? Or next year, if you wanna get rid of it, will you give it away, be a nice person?
No.
What are you gonna do? You're gonna sell it for what it's worth?
I'm gonna keep, no,
If you gotta get rid of it, are you gonna give it away for free or are you gonna sell it?
I'm gonna sell it.
And for what it's worth, right?
Yes.
So therefore, the fact that it was free doesn't determine its cost today. It's value, it doesn't matter, okay? Now, Sandy,
Yes.
if this homeowner last year, they paid $100,000 too much. They paid $600, it's only worth $5. Are you gonna be a really nice lady and just help them out? Go ahead and pay $6 as well, just take care of them? Or are you gonna pay what it's worth? Which one?
What it's worth.
You're just gonna pay what it's worth. So no matter which way, you've just confirmed that the cost of something, free or overpaid, does not determine its value today. What you're gonna do is you're gonna look at what it's worth based on recent sales in the area, and that's gonna determine its value. So if you were my buyer and you just said, James, they just bought it for $400, today it's $600, why am I paying $200,000? Well, Sandy, let's figure out what it's worth. And I have that conversation of free versus a seller who overpaid, and is that gonna influence your decision, right? And every time they arrive there, I ask a couple of questions and boom, they realize, okay, got it, right? So now you know how to master that little situation of cost versus value. I like to talk to them about the importance of a pre-approval letter in this market. You cannot go look at homes if you're not pre-approved. Because by the time you look at the house you fall in love, we get you pre-approved, it's gone, right? It's too late. We really need you pre-approved right now. Here's my lender, reach out to him. He works every single day just like I do. Saturdays, he quits mowing his lawn. He goes inside, he gets my people pre-approved. We go buy houses. I only send you to top professionals because when you hire me, that's what you're getting as a top professional. I expect my network to produce the same way. If he doesn't produce, you let me know, I fire him, I'll get you a new lender. Okay? I am your real estate guy. I'll take care of everything. You just gotta let me know if there's a problem somewhere in this chain of, events. Okay? Yes, sir, in the back.
I find it really effective to just tell them on behalf of someone else to pull that.
Yeah.
I'll at least call you in an hour. Is that okay for you?
Yeah.
No, I don't need to say that. I could say at least we'll call you in an hour. If I ask permission, they might say no.
That's true. Yeah. Never leave it open to be like, nah, I'm good.
I know the call will happen.
What's that?
I know the call will happen that way better than me
Yeah.
hoping that person will.
Yeah, right. I just know for me personally, I love the strategy. You do you. That's fantastic. I just know my lender, the first thing he says is I need them to apply online because I don't like inverting numbers. I don't like doing it over the phone. It's too much potential for errors. I just need them to apply. And as soon as they apply, I'm on the phone with them. So I tell them the first thing I need you to do is right here. And remember that shortcut I showed you earlier, DOI, Dan Aller Info. It immediately populates that whole text. Just go submit that application right now. And as soon as you're done, you let me know and Jason will be with you, or Dan will be with you just really, really soon. Okay? But that's a great point as well. So talk to them about that. I love to make sure that they are aware of the pieces of money needed to get into a home. We're going to have in Oklahoma earnest money the day the seller accepts your offer. It's due within 72 hours. It's usually about 1% of the purchase price. It's applied towards the closing. It's applied towards your down payment, but it just shows the seller that you're serious about your purchase. Okay? It's a little skin in the game just to make sure you're for real. Then, after earnest money, we're going to have inspections. Okay? Cost of inspection is going to vary depending on what you want to do. Most popular, we have electrical, mechanical, plumbing, we have structural, we have termites, we have roof, we have blah, 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 blah. Here's the range, here's who I recommend, blah, blah, blah. But you educate them, this is about the normal cost. Then we're going to do an appraisal for that lender. It costs about $500, give or take. Again, just setting the expectation. You're going to have a down payment. We're going to have closing costs. Right now, sellers aren't paying closing costs. We need to make sure you've got those cash funds in your pocket ready to spend, okay? You're preparing them. I'm then going to talk to them about, hey, listen, I got some good news. If you don't have all of the closing costs or you don't have all that down payment, how about this? This option is 100% financing. Are you a veteran who qualifies? Are you a native, not a Native American, that's not 100%. Are you USDA, rural development? What about state bond money? We got this thing called OFA in Oklahoma. Maybe y'all have heard of it. I don't know. But my point is I'm giving them some options. I'm already connecting some dots in their mind because they're wondering, oh, I don't know if I've got that much cash. Great, well, let's figure out if any of these options work for you. Okay? Then the last thing I like to tell them about is home warranties. You are going to buy a house. It's going to have an old air conditioning unit, an old furnace, an old water heater. You're going to be concerned about those appliances. Let me take some fear off your mind. And let's consider purchasing a home warranty in our area that costs about $600 for a year. They're going to cover all these major components and systems up to a certain dollar amount. Here's kind of bada bing, bada boom how it works. You be the professional, educate them, and tell them you help take away some of their problems and some of their fear. All right. You need to be prepared. They've got questions about that property. First of all, I do not expect you, I don't know about you, I generally think the public actually thinks we know everything about every property that's ever hit the market. Guys, I hit the market 10 minutes ago. I haven't seen it yet, okay? I don't know. I am human. But there is nothing wrong with the line of, let me find out and I will get right back to you. The key is you have to get back to them. Whether you found out information or not, you better just get back to them to show them, hey, listen, I checked on this and here's what I found. Empty-handed, or here's all the info, your 74 questions, I got them all answered, itemized list, here you go, whatever. But you need to make sure that you get back to them. Be prepared if that property's pending. Guys, guess what? Crazy seller's market, I know you're already pre-approved, that's great. Here's the deal, it moved, but I've heard of one that might be coming really soon over in this subdivision. Or let me set up that custom property search. Let's make sure you don't miss the next one, okay? So since we haven't done that yet, let's get that set up. This one's pending. Let's find another one. This property is in pre-foreclosure. Anybody? Pre-foreclosures, you just want to bang your head, okay? The best thing you can do is educate them. Those aren't real, okay? They don't exist. This Zillow magical fairy tale land of pre-foreclosures are fake. So the best thing we can do is look at properties on the MLS. Let me set up that search for you. See how I just diverted, right? Just kind of bada bing, bada boom. Here's what we do. Those aren't real, okay? We can't actually go look at them. That seller is not going to welcome us into his home. He's not gonna have chocolate chip cookies baked, warm candles going, beautiful music playing. He will meet us with a gun, okay? Because it's Oklahoma, all right? Because he's got everybody coming to him because it just got advertised. He has list pendants filed against him, the notice of default, and he doesn't like it, okay? So we should not approach. On that one, you're going underrepresented. All right, you go look at those. I'm good. I'll stay over here and not get shot. What if they're credit conscious? I have this every once in a while. I'm like, guys, it's 2 to 3 points. I mean, that's what my lender tells me. A hard pull, we're talking a couple of points. If you don't qualify for a loan, it wasn't because the lender pulled your credit, okay? It's because you haven't made your car payment in 4 months, okay? Rule number 6. People are dumb. That was rule number 6, okay? My point being, you just got to help them understand, okay? I've literally had a stupid buyer tell me, I don't want everybody around town knowing my personal business. I was like, it's one lender. It's just one. And it doesn't have to be the guy I recommend. You can go get your own. Just one. And I'll show you any house you want to see. Just one. Oh boy. All right. What if they already have an agent? How do we handle that? I like to just say, oh yeah, you've already got an agent. Who is it? Who is it? I'm asking that open-ended question. I want a response. I want them to tell me who their realtor is. Because if they cannot produce a name, they're mine. Okay? If they immediately say it's Bob, he sucks. No, you do not say that. You do not. Stop it. Bad influences, you guys, okay? No, you compliment Bob, right? I don't care if you like Bob or not. You will say nice things about Karen. Okay, all right? I'm gonna start using Karen, not Bob. You will say nice things, okay? I love Karen, she's awesome. You've got a great realtor. Because no one is attracted to negativity. And there's somebody in this room that needs to hear that, okay? There's somebody right here. You need to hear that while your day isn't always great, while you're kind of mad about that client, while you don't feel like this closing went right, everybody doesn't need to hear about it. Sometimes you just got to be the professional, own it, and you got to make up your mind that you're gonna find the positivity somewhere, right? Sorry, that was a tangent that was not in the slides, okay? But for real, be prepared if they have an agent or that family member, that kind of distant relative, that friend. Listen, hey, I don't want you to ruin your Thanksgiving dinner. Are you sure you want to mix family and business? Are you sure that's what's best? Okay? Oh, your sister's uncle's boyfriend's brother. What? Are you sure? Like, these things can kind of get a little dicey, a little hairy. I'm okay if I have to, you got to throw me under the bus every once in a while. I just love to help you, right? Something like that, right? You figure out, if they say this, already know what you're going to say. And the key is not to figure out what you're going to say when they say it. The key is to have already figured out what you're going to say when it happens, so that way you act like you've been there before, okay? So be prepared for those situations. Reasons to get pre-approved. By the way, do you notice over there in the top right, that aren't about you? Oh, I just can't spend that much time with you until you get pre-approved. How does that sound to the client? Like, you prick, isn't this your job? Right, that's what they thought. It's not what you said, it's what they heard. And they heard, you don't want to waste your time with me. That's what they heard. While you just said, I need you to get pre-approved before we go look at a bunch of houses, right? So you cannot make it about them, or about you, you gotta make it about them. Like, hey, I need to make sure we're focusing on the right location. In my area, we have USDA. Is that a thing here? Nope. Okay, so forget that one. Price, okay? I need to make sure, of course, that you qualify, that it makes sense. Also, the condition. If you're going after a fixer-upper, the FHA, the VA, probably not going to work for a true fixer-upper. We're probably going to need to go conventional. That's going to it's going to determine which properties really apply to you. Also, did you know that we really can't make an offer without a pre-approval letter? In this market, sellers won't even think twice about that. They're going to laugh at us. We need to already have it. And by the way, guys, I have an interesting philosophy on this whole pre-approval letter. I don't care what you think. I normally say I'm the one with the microphone. I don't have a microphone. Anyways, I'm going to tell you what I think. I always tell the buyer to get the highest pre-approval amount possible. Does not mean you have to spend it. Because what I believe is that when you go into a $500,000 house, is that a normal price point here? Gosh, guys, y'all suck. Okay, so if they're pre-approved, oh gosh, sorry, I lost my train of thought. If they're pre-approved, if they want to buy a $500,000 house, but they can qualify for $850,000 houses and you have a stack of offers, which buyer do you think that might have given some leverage to? They are buying well within their means. That does not mean they have to spend $1 more. Okay, so that is my personal philosophy. I want your dollar amount on the pre-approval to be as high as you possibly can go. I also like the fact that when you're looking at the $500,000 range and then you decide to go $550,000, I don't have to reach back out to the lender. Hey, they've decided to go up again. I've already got it. Okay, so get that pre-approval for the highest amount possible. It'll save you a little bit of time. Helps us secure that property a little bit quicker. We really cannot inconvenience sellers. They've already got 39 scheduled showings today. I mean, just adding to their list, we've really got to be respectful. It's an, it's an ethics violation, blah, 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 right? Yes, sir?
If the seller sees that the buyer's approved for much higher than their offer,
Yeah.
do you think they would counter at a higher number knowing that they could?
I mean, in this market, I think they are pricks if they do, but I don't know. Yeah, so I don't know what they would do, right? I mean, I just know that at the end of the day, the power is still in the buyer's hands, right? Doesn't the buyer still have the right to say, no, I'm not spending that?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So ultimately, it still falls back to them, but you know what I mean? You guys know your market better than I do. I've never sold one house outside of Oklahoma, right? But I just think I like to show them we're buying well within our means. We are a very strong buyer, okay? Last, if they don't get pre-approved, it allows them to start that credit repair a lot sooner. Let's get this fixed. That way in 3 months, 6 months, whatever the time frame is, we can then get you a house. Let's see here. If ever you have that client, they're kind of struggling, like you kind of want them to go a certain direction, maybe they're pre-approved through that big name company that we all know they're not fantastic lenders. We don't really trust them. But they're kind of, for some reason, they're committed. And it's really not even that they have like a relationship with them. It's not their brother. It's just the fact that they already have the pre-approval through them. But you know that it's really not trustworthy. It's not a reputable lender. One thing I like to use is this phrase. Hey, just out of curiosity, how open-minded are you? Are you open-minded? That phrase, are you open-minded, will always get you a yes. No one wants to be the opposite of open-minded. No one wants to be closed-minded. No, I'm not. I won't think outside the box with you. No, everyone, of course, yeah, I'm open-minded, great. Are you open-minded? Yeah, great. Would you just be open to considering another lender? Would you just try my guy? He's phenomenal. If he says you're pre-approved, you're golden. He's also got a great reputation in our market. People people know him, right? This lender I'm not familiar with. It's my advice. We want to do everything to make your offer look like the best one to the seller and their agent. So this is what I would do if you're open-minded. Oh my gosh, now that they have committed to the question, are you open-minded? They've already said a yes. They are that much more likely to go ahead and, all right, I'll give it a try, okay? If you just say, hey, what do you think about trying this guy? They don't understand, like I've already got the pre-approval. Why don't I even do that, right? So try that strategy. How open-minded are you to this? Let's talk about specifically some lead generating, okay? Lead generating, technology. Again, I go to a lot of conferences. We always focus on sphere of influence and who you already know. But as I was a new agent in Tulsa, not knowing anybody, that didn't work for me. And I get a lot of pushback. There will be pushback today. There will be someone who says, that's dumb. You're just feeding this company, Zillow, Realtor.com, whoever, okay? You should just go do this. Listen, there's so many different strategies. You go do you. But somebody here is trying to figure out how to better generate leads online. And so I think we need to embrace the technology. I can trace back hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of commissions to Zillow, to Realtor.com back when I no longer do Zillow, okay? But back whenever I was doing lots and lots and spending thousands of dollars a month. So I think we just need to embrace them. And what I would say to anybody kind of hesitant on technology is to realize that the largest taxi company, they don't own a single car. That's technology for you. Or how about the fact that the largest accommodation provider doesn't own one single room or hotel? So my point is, again, technology. The last one, I love this one. This is just fun for me to read out of curiosity. I mean, just for fun. Blockbuster versus Netflix. Like, Blockbuster had a chance to buy Netflix for just a little $50 million. Well, that sounds we'd probably all have to kind of pull together to come up with that. But, while that sounds like a really big number, they could have done that, but the CEO publicly said, I've been confused by the fascination everybody has with them. They don't do or really have anything that we don't already do. Yeah. That was in 2007, right before they went bankrupt in 2010. And now Netflix is a $24.9 billion annual revenue company, okay? Technology is there whether you like it or not. Learn to adapt. Evolution of online leads. Got this from Nick Bailey at R4. Any of those of you who went last year, I don't think this was this year, it was last year. He mentioned that in 2011, 4.8 million homes sold with 4.5 million leads sold. So kind of equal, really similar. But check out 2018. Just a little bit of a rise in homes sold, but yet the online leads, drastic, okay? Drastic. So what this means is there's more realtors working those leads, and there's buyers just clicking and just clicking. You got to figure out who's the legit, right? Remember what I said earlier about tire kickers? We got to figure out who's just wasting your time, who's serious. Also, know that one serious buyer might do 3 or 4 inquiries, so they might have 14 realtors calling them. So we've got to be really good at the phone. But I love that last statistic. I don't love it, but I just think it's crazy. 48% of buyer inquiries were not even responded to. Like some business owner in this room, approximately 48% of it, approximately half this room just said, I'm not even going to call. Just not even going to worry about it. Right? You've got your reasons. Not even going to worry about it. I don't understand that. Just, it boggles my mind. Your digital presence is absolutely huge. So here's some tips to converting online leads if you are in that. Hey, by the way, I'm not suggesting we all go out and spend thousands of dollars on these big companies. Maybe it's your own RE/MAX website that gets some leads, how to talk to them, okay? So the first thing, make sure you call immediately, okay? If you're not first, you're last, Ricky Bobby, right? Anybody remember that movie? One laugh. One person watched Talladega Nights. It's cool. It's all right. But yeah, if you're not first, you're last. Call every single lead. Don't be part of that 48%. Reach out to them. And forget the price point, you guys. Jennifer Hobson did an inquiry for me several years ago, like 2016. She inquired on like Realtor.com, and it was on a $52,000 or maybe a $56,000 house. I don't remember. And I remember thinking that, even for Oklahoma, like, no, come on now, right? Yeah, okay. So I remember thinking, man, I don't really want to get too excited about that lead coming in. But I went ahead and called Jennifer, and I quickly discovered she wasn't really interested in that house. It just didn't fit her needs. She truly thought it would be an investment opportunity. It wasn't. She decided, let's go ahead and list our house, which was well above the average, and let's buy another house well above the average. And so we ended up doing nearly $500,000, which again to you guys is just one little house, but to me, that was like 3 houses. That was like 3 houses on one that I thought was gonna be 1/3 of a house, okay? That was a big deal because I called the lead. Because other people who got a similar inquiry did not call, okay? So you don't know what their intention is. You better call every single one of them. And make sure when you do that you are awake, you are alive, you do a little wake up, okay? If you're monotone, don't be, right? You need to mix that Red Bull and that coffee and like, let's go. You better act like you want to be on that phone call, or they're going to figure it out real quickly that you're not really that fun. Why would I want to work with some that can't even like have a conversation? Like, if it's that uncomfortable and sucky, then I don't want to show up at a house with you, right? So be awake, be alive, and make sure that you lead with value. People are attracted to our knowledge, the experience that you have. They want you to teach them the way. They want to be led. You just got to step up and be the leader. Give them the value. Make sure that you do not annoy or pester them. That is the quickest way to just get, reject, never, ghosted. It's the quickest way to get ghosted, blowing up their phone. You got to figure out how to strategically do it. Make sure you send a video. Anybody like using video? Anybody already utilizing it regularly, like every day? Cool, like 5 of you. 5 of you. That's a very low percentage. Now, I realize there's always people in here that like, yes, they're thinking yes, they just don't want to admit it. So we'll say that there's 10 people, okay? 10 people using video. I believe that is a very effective way to convert some leads because I immediately become rule number 8 where I'm a unicorn and I stand out. Too many realtors are not utilizing video, and especially in a world where we've done Zoom meetings for over a freaking year, they're comfortable on video by now. Why aren't you? They're doing it all the time. You've got to catch up if you're not. Send a personalized video, stand out. If you're in that situation, you're at a concert. Okay, never mind. Do you remember those? Do you remember concert? I used to say I would step out of a concert, make the phone call or whatever, send a text, do something, engage with them the best you can, and then continue to follow up until they say, leave me alone. Until they say, stop. Then, okay, I'm out. Bye. Bye, Felicia. Right? But you better follow up until they don't want you anymore.
On your first contact, when they hang up, do you have like a long, I know you want to do a short letter, hey, nice talking to you, look forward to talking again, but do you have any kind of text, what you can expect from me kind of text, or any email that you can send and say, hey, this is what you expect me as a realtor, or is that seeming weird? I'm just asking.
Yeah, for me personally, I don't say, here's what you can expect by working with me. What I say is I ask questions. I want lots of questions because people like to talk. People like to talk about themselves, their needs, their family, their wants, their dreams, their hopes. So I want to engage. I want to pull the information out of them, and I want them to do a lot of the talking. And then after I kind of get where they're wanting, what they're hoping, reach their real estate goals, whatever, then I hit them with, okay, now let's talk about the process. Here's the process. You need to make sure we get pre-approved. Are you wanting to sell your current home? Do you believe that you have equity in that home? Do you have the cash to put a down payment on the new home? Do we need to talk about HELOCs, bridge loans? And just as you start engaging, they start realizing that they're talking to a professional, they're talking to an expert, and this guy knows what he's talking about. I can't tell you how many times I hear the comment, you know a lot of stuff. You know what you're talking about. I have talked to 2 or 3 other realtors and I didn't get any of this from them. I hear that comment all the time. So as soon as you start just pouring in the info, woo, people are attracted to that. More top tips. How about a CRM autoresponder? Your CRM can probably do this. I have mine set up to look a little bit different. It says, Mark, thanks for trusting Realtor.com. We've sent your inquiry to a couple of local agents, including our community expert, James Wood of RE/MAX, who has one of the highest ratings from past clients. Feel free to contact James directly at his phone number or his email address. I have already used that autoresponder because I don't know if you're aware on CRM autoresponders, it's usually like, hey, when are you available to chat? Well, when they say 2 o'clock and you have a listing appointment that started at 1:30, right? Now I'm the chump that didn't call them at 2 o'clock. So I don't like that autoresponder. I like this, that already tells them I'm a community expert and I'm well rated by my past clients. Already setting the mentality that, okay, I'm going to work. I'm going to hear from an expert when he calls me. Again, video, cannot stress that enough. Send video to stand out, be a unicorn, build some more trust and rapport with people, increase your engagement, and then make sure, again, that last one, provide additional value. And here's what an example looks like for me. Get me at no cost, so just reach out to me anytime. I'd love the chance to meet you, help you through that process. Also, one last thing, don't call the sign in the yard, okay? That realtor's already under a contract to look after the seller. You really want your own agent. Even if it's not me, you want somebody looking out for you and only you, okay? Only looking out for your best interest, and I'd love to be that guy for you. So hit me up anytime, any questions, I'm here for you. Have a great day. Talk to you soon. Bye. All right, that was kind of weird how it started right in the middle. And I think it's because earlier we're testing the audio to make sure it was going to work. And that video already played. So real quick, I'm just going to X out and make sure that doesn't happen on any other videos that might have done that. Sorry, we just screwed everything up. All right. So that's just, you get the point. Oh, yes, sir.
Do you have a time point on your videos? Do you want to keep it under a minute,
Yeah.
under 2 minutes?
Great question. For me, it's all about what is the point of the video. I've got to think back to the purpose of that video. So for on a one-to-one communication like that, where I'm going to send you a quick, hey, it was great talking to you. I'd love to meet you in person. I want to show you that house, blah, 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 right? A quick recap. I'm looking for about a minute, 45 seconds, kind of shorter, okay? If I'm doing a listing video, something that I'm going to put some ads behind, something that I'm going to really try to increase traffic and engagement on social media, I'm going to shoot for like 3 minutes, you know, so it's all about the purpose of the video, okay? Great question. All right, open houses. So that was all about online leads, converting, staying in front of them, standing out, yada, yada. Open houses. What is the purpose of an open house? This is not a trick question. What is the purpose of an open house? To get clients. Thank you. I mean, for real, yeah, that wasn't a trick question. I've actually heard someone say it's to sell the house. Okay, well, listen, I hope you do. That's great. But that's like a 1% chance, okay? Chance of you selling that house at the open to a stranger that walks in unrepresented, pretty slim. We all know that. But a lot of people think, and I've done it, it can be done. Just saying that's not every day, okay? So the purpose of an open house, you nailed it, it's to pick up clients, okay? So what do we need from the prospects, the individuals coming in that house, what do we need from them in order to turn them into a potential client? Yeah, I think I heard someone maybe right back there say contact information, okay? So really the purpose of an open house is to get contact information, to then get clients out of it. Do you think the chances of someone coming into your open house and leaving without you getting their contact information, do you think the chances increase or decrease of them reaching out to you and working with you? It's an obvious, right? This isn't rocket science. So why would I hold an open house and not ask for contact information? Why would I not do everything to strategically get their phone number, their email address, in order to reach out to them later? Because I can almost guarantee you they're not going to reach out to you later on their own. Okay? So the purpose of the open house is to get contact information. Quick side note. Ask a series of questions. Try to lead a consumer to the answer you're looking for. It's kind of a strategy you just used. What's the purpose of an open house? Yeah, it's to get clients. How do we get the clients? What do we need from them in order to make right? So use that as you're always converting leads. Ask questions. It's not always our job just to tell them what to do. Tell them. Sometimes let them kind of fill in some blanks, right? Ask some questions. Would you, this important question, would you hold one open house if you knew that you get paid $50,000? Would you go work one open house? Yes. Obvious, right? Every single one of us would say, sign me up, I'll do 5 of them, right? Today. Okay, we would all do an open house for $50,000. Okay, and of course it didn't come that easy, but I worked an open house. And that's where I met JD and Shelby. I think I gave you their names earlier. They also happen to be the microwave story. Crazy coincidence. They happen to be tied to both of these scenarios. But I met JD and Shelby and I sold them at the time a great price point, $177. It's still a good price point in our area, $177.5 at an open house. Took them pizza in a microwave, met their mother, listed her house, and you know the story, $300,000 house, sold for $297. And this was back before people were offering $50,000 more, guys, okay? All right, this was back when you had to work really hard to sell houses. So $297,000, Tim calls me, remember him, pool, more yard, all that, $550,000 house, woohoo, this is looking pretty good, okay? Then Tim calls me again, hey, my in-laws, they're moving in town, we sell them a little house, they're just looking to retire. Sure, yeah, $108,000 house, cool, man, glad to help you out, thank you for the business. Then Tim calls me again. Hey, I've got an investment property. I'm ready to unload it. It's a rental. I don't want it anymore. Will you sell that for me? Sure, you got it. $215,000 houses, which then led to JD and Shelby calling me again saying, hey, we got relocated to Canada. Will you help us sell our house? You betcha. I bought them a microwave and right, they remembered me. Okay? Not to mention I've got some steps to stay in touch in front of people later that I'll share with you. The really cool part about JD and Shelby's house is sign call, bingo, another client, Mr. Can you guys see that? The very bottom right, Mr. Chazanu. Come on, guys, Chazanu, okay? That's his name. It's like Ulaga stuff, right? All these fun names. I was just kind of seeing if anybody would guess it. You're cool. Mr. Chazanu. So 7 transactions, $1.7 million in sales volume, and over $52,000 in gross commission that I can stem all back to one open house and one moment of creating raving fans instead of just, well, sorry, you're stuck with one that doesn't work on a microwave, okay? So, work some open houses. I've got some tips to make those a little bit better for you. The first thing being your consistency. If you work one open house a month, one open house every other month, you will tell me, James, those don't work. Open houses don't produce closings. And I would say that your problem is not the open houses, it's your work ethic, and that one a month or every other month or every 3 months isn't enough. You have to put in the time and hold those suckers open. And then when you're there, you've got to figure out how to have some great conversations with people and get that contact information. You need to make sure that you have signs, and more signs, because I believe that perception is everything. And do you know that more signs equal more business in the consumer's eyes, right? I see your signs everywhere. I see your signs everywhere. Well, that's because at the time I was working 4 open houses every single weekend. And I had signs everywhere, different price points, different neighborhoods, all across my town. And my signs were everywhere. And I only had 25 of them. That was my whole investment at $10 a sign, $250, and that was my open house strategy. That was it. And it led to a whole lot of business. Make sure, of course, that they're on the MLS and all the other websites. You might consider doing some different times. I learned real fast 2 to 4 is what every realtor does. Is that popular here? No. What open house time is popular? 12 to 2. 12 to 2. Yeah, I'm crazy. Yeah, 12 to 2, right? Well, in my market, it's 2 to 4. Everybody does Sunday 2 to 4. So I said, I'll do Sunday 1 to 3. And I'll do Sunday 3 to 5 or 3:30 to 5:30, something just kind of slight, just give me enough time to get there, right? Do you know what's amazing about the 1 to 3 time? Because I'm an hour sooner than everybody else, everybody comes to my open house first. Did you know that part of winning is being first? Might be something to try. Next time you want a 12 to 2, go do 12 to 2 just like everybody else. You might just try an 11 to 1. Just see if you don't get, oh, hey, thank you so, I get that a lot. Thank you so much for doing a little earlier time. It allowed us to come see yours first, and now we can still go see these others. Now I also know that every realtor after me has to compete with me. Good luck to them. I mean, for real. Like, I'm going all in. These people, we're gonna be best friends by the time they leave, okay? So try some different times. If you're a newer realtor or if you are just out of inventory because everything has sold, borrow someone else's. I know to some of us, we're like, yeah, that's a no-brainer. There's somebody in this room that might not have thought, I've got to go borrow inventory. Use somebody else's. Make sure also you set your open house criteria and you stick to it. I have seen newer realtors be taken advantage of because the more experienced producing realtor doesn't want to work the open houses. And they'll send that brand new realtor to the super high dollar luxury property that nobody's gonna come to, or that they do go to, but they are tire kickers. They have just never seen a $3.4 million house. You know what I mean? So they're gonna go through, but there is no chance of that realtor actually converting and getting clients, which is the whole purpose of the open house. So make sure that as you're working those, that you understand your purpose of being there, you set your criteria, and you stick to it. Here are some things I take with me. Obviously the MLS data sheet, property disclosures, tax records. I always have either my iPad or I love my MacBook. I can pull it up right there, connect to my hotspot, pull up other properties, show them other things. Really, really engage with them. I am trying to spend time with them the best I can, okay? Sometimes it feels like a Black Friday sale though, okay? There are 94 people through that open house and I'm just doing everything, hi. I'm trying. But at some point you might realize, forget all the numbers, and as soon as you really connect with somebody, you just lock into them. Because that's gonna increase the conversion, and the whole goal there was to get a client. It wasn't to just say hi to every single person, how you doing, right? So understand the reason of being there, have your business cards. I do something a little bit different. This is just a normal house flyer. This is an open house, wowzer. This one has it all. Normal flyer, this is what everybody come through the open house. Here you go, here you go, here you go, here you go. But then, turn over in the back. Nothing to do with the house. Everything to do with selling me. Because I don't sell houses, I sell James. Before I can sell a house, I have to sell myself. And I know that we're gonna connect, we're gonna have an awesome conversation. I'm gonna get your contact information, then you're gonna head out the door. Here you go, here's a flyer. And they are gonna get in their car and read it. They might not, they might crumble up their way, okay? I don't know what they're gonna do. But there's a better chance of them learning more about me without me saying, did you know that I'm one of the top agents? Did you know that I'm a go-getter? Did you know that I do this for all my clients? Did you know that, some of those, I call this my resume, okay? So you should consider creating a real estate resume, but don't make it that boring one that you actually used 10 years ago to apply for that job that's just a Word document and it's super boring black and white text. Nobody's reading that. Figure out a cool way to make it a little bit aesthetically pleasing and engaging so they're gonna get my flyer with my resume on the back. I also have my buyer's guide. Just real quick, check, see how we're doing on time. My buyer's guide. This is my buyer's guide. I've given you a couple examples that you can see up there. I've got a flow chart to tell them all about the home buying process and break it down. Remember earlier, the educational piece about the 5 pieces of money they need in my market to buy a house. Referral partners, these are the guys I trust. These are the home inspectors. They inspected my personal house, my mama's house. I trust them for me. I clearly would trust them for you, right? So it's got a lot of that information already packed in there. Just another example, loan options. I tell everybody I'm not a loan officer, I'm just a realtor, but I kind of know what I'm doing. So here's some starting basic information to get you going. How about some buyer testimonials? They're on Zillow. You have some, hopefully. Use them, put them in print, and then put the photo of that person next to it to make it more believable. That way it doesn't look like you just wrote your own reviews, because I think people do that, like for real. I'm sure they do. But I actually go to these people and say, hey, do you mind if I throw you in my marketing material and include a photo of yourself? If they're your raving fans, they're all for being used to help you get more business. More information about myself. So that's my buyer's guide. I print it out, cardstock, color, front and back, Remax binder bought online, binding machine from Amazon for like, I don't know, 75 bucks. Boom. Looks super professional. Everything I do is to be rule number 8. A unicorn to stand out. And rule number 10, I do everything top notch or I don't do it at all. Okay? I hope that you'll adopt those philosophies. So I take those to my open houses. We've connected verbally. I show them my real estate guide. Listen, I've only got one here with me. I'd love to put one of these in your hands. What's the best email address? right? Notice I didn't say, do you want me to email you? What is the answer? Nope, I'm good. So I have a handy dandy black notebook, my black notebook of real estate, okay? And this is at every single open house, every single open house. And the way it works is I'll be engaging with Karen. We're gonna have great conversation. Karen, I have this real estate guide. You're a first-time home buyer, you absolutely must get a copy of it. Even if you don't use me as your realtor, I guarantee you it's going to provide you a ton of value and it's going to help you immensely in your real estate journey. So just Karen, out of curiosity, what's the best email address for you? Karen is going to immediately give it because I just want you to see it one more time. The way I'm going to do it is I'm going to have it, okay? Got my book out. I'm going to look her dead in the eyes. Karen, what is the best email address for you? And as I'm finishing that statement, click and I look down and I break the eye contact. It is really awkward right now for Karen to say, no, I'm good. Nah, no thanks. Karen has been prompted. It is socially, like the social etiquette. She's given me her email address, okay? So, again, look Karen in the eyes. Out of curiosity, I've got to get this in your hands. By the way, it doesn't have to be the real estate guide. You don't have one? Come up with something else. I've got to, anything I must email you. I must email you, pictures of my kid, my cats, I don't know. You figure it out, right? Similar properties. I've got one that's coming soon. Let me email you the data, whatever. Email is less invasive too, okay? So I always start with email. So again, Karen, what is the best email for you? And as I finish that statement, click the pen, look down, write her email address. It works every time, okay? Then, once I have Karen's email address, we've broken the ice. I always will tell Karen in this situation, hey, I want you to know I am never going to bug or bombard you. The truth is I don't have the time to do so, nor do I want to get a bad reputation. I've now put my reputation, Karen, I don't need a bad Zillow review, okay? My reputation is everything. So I'm not going to bug or bombard you. But every once in a while, I feel like this email can get lost in space. I might mess up a letter, transpose something. I just need to make sure that you know that I've sent it to you. So Karen, just out of curiosity, what's the best cell phone number for you? And again, I break the contact as soon as I finish the statement. Every single time. Every time. I don't have anybody, no, I'm good. If you ask, hey, do you want me to call you later? No. You want me to set something up for you? You want me to email you this? You want? Nope. Every time. It's all about the quality of your words. We are paid proportionately to the quality of the words that come out of our mouths. Okay? So, get some different words. After Karen has left, I then will send her an email. I'll send her whatever I told her. Or I will send her a text with this in it. Either way, YouTube link. And I'll say, hey Karen, enjoyed meeting you at the open house. I just emailed you that real estate guide, listing, whatever. Oh, I ran out of flyers. I actually know a realtor in my market. He specifically does not even make open house flyers. To be able to say, I don't have any, we're all out. But let me email you one. Feel free, throw these away. Kind of those sold riders, just get rid of them. Get rid of them, right? We want contact information. We want leads, okay? So, I've got her email, I've sent her whatever, I'm now texting her to say, I've sent you the thing, and by the way, here are, as you're buying, right, I met her at an open house, as you continue your home buying journey, I want you to be aware of some common Zillow misconceptions. Just want you to be aware. Lots of people use Zillow. I want you to be aware of 3 common misconceptions, and I send her this video.
Today I've got 3 misconceptions about Zillow that you need to know about. Yeah, I said it. Talking about the big, bad Zillow. The first misconception about Zillow has to be their zestimate. They don't know. They've never been to your house. It's
oh yeah, we can do it. Yeah, there'll be a break here in just a second. Oh no. No, I don't know.
According to Zillow's own website, in the state of Oklahoma, just 84% of Zestimates are actually within 5% of what the home actually sells for. And that's the good news, because an off-market house Their estimate, only 33% of the time are they within 5% of the sales price. In fact, only half of the time are they within 10%. Now think, a $250,000 house could be off by $25,000. That's a lot of dollars you're leaving on the table. So don't trust a Zestimate. Instead, trust a local, experienced, top-producing real estate professional. The second misconception about Zillow has to be pre-foreclosures. I probably get asked about a pre-foreclosure once a week. The crazy part is they're not even real. They're not even a thing. I mean, the property is actually out there, but it's not for sale. Again, go back to Zillow's own website. Read the fine print. They will actually tell you that with a pre-foreclosure, most of the time, the property's not actually listed for sale. You cannot go look at it. You cannot go get it. Basically, Zillow's telling you that the homeowner is behind on their payment, that the notice of default or list pendants has been filed against them, that the homeowner does have the right to catch up their late payments, and therefore the home may never go for sale. If I were you, I'd definitely keep an eye on the property, but don't get your hopes up, and certainly don't pass up a good opportunity, like a real one, you know, a house that's actually for sale. The third and final misconception about Zillow that I want to talk to you about is the contact agent button. Oftentimes consumers think that's going to connect them to the listing realtor, who somehow has privileged information and additional insight that they're going to gain from contacting them directly. False. All you're doing is freely giving your information to Zillow, who then turns it around and sells it to real estate agents so they can all bombard and bug you. After just a few inquiries on different properties, it's almost a guarantee that you'll have 19 different realtors contacting you for the next several weeks. It's a blasty blast. And just remember, if you ever have a question about what your home is worth, or a specific question about a property that's for sale, just contact me directly, and I'm always here to help.
So, can't remember if this had, okay, never mind. There's another version of that with all the bloopers. And after recording that thing, that's a 3-minute video. I recorded it for 2 hours. Okay, multiple takes. You guys might think that was so good. You did that so good. You weren't there, okay? It was awful. And then when I got finished, we realized that the microphone wasn't connected to the freaking camera. Oh my God. Like, I literally say on camera, I'm gonna kill somebody. Like, who is in the office? They're dead because I just spent all this time. I saw a hand, yeah.
So that video, that's on your YouTube page, you said?
Yeah.
And then you just text out the actual link.
That's right, man. So I've got a shortcut in my phone and love those shortcuts. So it's a shortcut YouTube link in my phone. There you go. Just text it out. It's part of my text, yeah. Great question. You can text those links. They'll watch it right on their phones. And so again, that's, you guys think that helps me stand out any?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Send that to Zillow links?
I'll send that to anybody. I'll send it to anybody. I don't care where I got them. Any way I meet somebody, I always say, I want to make sure you're aware. There are common misconceptions about Zillow. I just need to make sure you don't fall victim to these same misconceptions because they're everywhere. I see it every day, especially pre-foreclosures, my God, every day. Anything good so far? We good? Want to keep going? Good, I hope so, because I got a lot more. Let's talk about working with buyers. Right now, that's probably a hard time working with buyers. Any buyers agents in here? You exclusively just represent buyers? No, you do both? Okay, but you are working with a lot of buyers. I think the best thing you can do when you're working with buyers is make sure that you set the expectation up front. This is a seller's market. I'm not discouraging you. I'm just here to, I'm here. I love this. You ready? I'm your tour guide. This is my favorite analogy. I am your tour guide. You, what's your name? Kyle? Kyle. Kyle, you are the bus driver. I'm your tour guide. Up ahead, I'm going to recommend that we turn right, but Kyle, you're in the driver's seat. If you want to turn left, I'm still on the bus with you. And together, we're going to figure it out either way. I just want you to know that as a tour guide, I've been around here a lot. I've seen this area. You are a first-time driver that's never been to New York City. Okay? All right? So, with that being said, I highly recommend you take some advice from me. Up ahead, turn right. But again, if you want to turn left, I'm just your tour guide. I love that analogy. It really sets the tone for they are always the decision maker I'm just here to facilitate. I'm here to be helpful. I also like to say, Kyle, most people, that's a really good phrase, most people, because immediately the person listening wants to be most people. The person listening does not want to be the psycho over there, okay? You want to be most people. So Kyle, most people right now, they're having to make multiple offers before they end up getting one, okay? In fact, I just heard the other day the national statistic right now is 4.1 offers until they actually get one accepted. And the reason, Kyle, I need to set this expectation now is because after offer number 2, I don't want you blaming me. After offer number 3, 4, even 5, I need you to know I'm doing everything under the sun to get you to win this house. But because of the housing shortage, because of what we're going through, I don't control it. I can only do my best to help you, right? And when you set that expectation up front, they know. After they've lost their second or their third house and they weren't expecting that, you're the problem. My realtor doesn't know how to get a deal done. Okay? So make sure you set the expectation up front. Let's talk about how to get an offer accepted. Okay? If you are struggling, here are some real quick. Okay. I am assuming everybody here knows what an escalation clause is. Is that a thing here?
Not a lot.
Not a lot. Okay. So in Oklahoma, we do this thing called an escalation clause where you're offering typically more than the list price. But then on top of that offer, it's a supplement to the contract, an addendum that says we will beat out your best offer by X amount. And in our market, we usually do like $1,000 or $2,000. Here, that might need to be 5 or 10. I don't know. But we'll beat out your best offer up to a ceiling, up to a cap of a certain amount. Okay? If that's, again, not a problem with your board or anything, might be something you look into, talk to your broker about it after today. But I am assuming you're already using those kinds of tips and tricks. Hey, offer more money, right? Like, yeah, we're already trying those strategies, okay? I'm assuming I'm not talking to a buyer that's going into a really hot listing and asking for closing costs and a home warranty and $10,000 off the price. That's not what we're talking about, okay? So the first thing I'm gonna do to try to help get their offer is accepted is I'm going to ask questions to the listing agent before I ever write the offer. I want to find out if there are any certain terms, any certain things that could be more appealing to the seller, like, do they have a preferred closing date? Do they already have their next house picked out? Do they need more time? Do they need less time? Like any way that can help them, let me know. Are you guys doing rent backs?
Not a lot.
No. Okay. All right. So another thing that we're starting to do more of is rent backs, where, hey, Mr. Seller, you get to stay in your house after closing for so many days for free, just until you can find the next house. That way we can be more likely to win. Now, again, unless there is a problem with your board saying, I'm not allowing that, or your broker says, don't allow that, then maybe this is something you could start implementing to stand out and to do things a little bit differently. In the offer, I'm going to ask the question, other than closing date, do they have a preferred title company? In Oklahoma, we always have 2 title companies, one that represents the seller, one that represents the buyer. I'm just going to recommend if they have a preference, anything we can do to, again, use the same professionals and be well received. I'm going to try to stack those in my favor. Are there any inclusions or exclusions that they would like in the contract? Do they really want that playset to stay? Do they really want to take it with them to their next house? Let me throw that in there, whatever they want, right? I'm going to find out the details and the terms that the seller would prefer. Next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to use humor. I believe humor wins. I believe humor has probably helped me win a lot of clients. I probably believe it's helped me win more speaking engagements. It's probably helped me build great rapport and relationships with other realtors in my community. It's who I am. I want to find the funny, all right? Because this job's stressful enough, okay? So let's find some ways to have fun today. So in my offer, you ready for my humor? In addition to the amazing contract with the rent back, the escalation clause, all this crazy stuff that I'm doing, then I throw in this last thing. Your Majesty. In addition to the above list price offer, escalation clause, and free rent back, please also consider the following as a token of our appreciation for your humble abode. Free 1-year Netflix subscription. Buyer's hard-earned Christmas bonus. Buyer to name their firstborn after the seller. Free car washes for a year. Professional house cleaning of your new house after you get moved. For the love of God, please accept our offer so we're not homeless. My point being, find a way to enter humor into this transaction. Because I guarantee you when the realtor gets that kind of an offer, they are giggling and laughing. Usually they're calling me, be like, are you kidding right now? That is the funniest thing I've ever read. How did you come up with it? And it just, what does it do? It makes it to where when she's presenting all 17 offers, I really like this guy. And it's not just because I am awesome, though I'd like to think so. It's because I'm going to do everything I can to get a laugh and get a response and be favored by the seller. So find a way to use some humor. Janice, I would love to finally get to do a deal with you. I don't even really know Janice. But now what does she do? She kind of feels a little special. Oh, James wants to do a deal with me, right? I don't care. I just want to get my people to win, okay? So I'm going to use video to stand out and build that relationship. Get a little creative with your offer. Maybe it's the seller, but the buyer paying the seller's closing cost. Maybe it's the buyer paying the seller's moving expenses. Maybe it's the buyer paying the buyer's agent. Now, why is this beneficial? Because the seller's going to pay a little bit less taxes on this whole situation. Okay? And there's going to be some benefits that, again, stood out. They were different. There are some benefits. And again, the other realtor immediately knows when you say, hey, we're going to try to help your client. Not only, we could just pay whatever this costs in money, but then the way it's going to affect their taxes later, like we're also saving them more money. Now she knows immediately, okay, I'm working with a true professional on the other side. This guy knows his stuff. How about number 5, a way to use creativity? Email subject line, Karen's favorite offer on 123 Main Street. She hasn't even opened my email and she's already like, my favorite offer? What? Right? Use a creative subject line and get some attention. 6, in the email, include a detailed summary of the offer. In Oklahoma, by the time we get the contract, the financial addendum, the acknowledgement and confirmation of disclosures, the property disclosures, the HOA notice, I just keep adding on all this stuff that can easily apply to every single house. I'm not kidding when we are submitting 20 plus pages. Is that somewhat reasonable to assume it's close here? It's not a one-page contract, right? I mean, hello?
We don't have a contract.
I'm sorry, what?
Lawyers do the contract.
Oh, this whole thing's just different then. Okay, you don't have a contract?
Right, we send out a sales binder.
Okay, so how many pages is in the sales binder?
2 pages.
Oh, well, then it's a little bit easier here in New York. We like to do everything the hard way in Oklahoma, okay? All right. So, this again, some of these things just may not apply, but I'm going to give a summary. I'm going to recap because if she did in my area have to read through 20-something pages, I don't want her to miss a thing. I want it to be spelled out and clearly identified what we're doing. And the last thing I want to encourage you to do is don't neglect or forget how important a relationship is in this business, okay? Having a great reputation and you building those relationships with other realtors. So important. All right. Would anybody like a new listing? Yes. It's like the $1 million question. Yes, I'd like 50. Because I will have them all sold in 7 minutes. Okay, finding inventory. We all know right now money is in the listings, not just right now, I mean, that's just how it's been. I mean, I love the fact that as I transitioned from less of a buyer's agent, remember, brand new, didn't know anybody, working open houses, working leads online, my first year, I mean, I might have had 3 or 4 or 5 sellers, but I had 30 or 40, buyers, right, whatever. I put the miles on my car, okay, and again, I don't know about you guys, we're spread out. So it would be nothing for somebody to be like, let's go 25 miles over here, but then tomorrow let's go 42 miles over here. It's like, oh my gosh, it's exhausting, right? I can remember showing a client 54 houses in one weekend, okay? 54, and they weren't all concentrated on an area. That'd be cool if we were just hopping subdivision to subdivision in a town. No. They had no care of where we went, as long as we were within an hour of Tulsa. So it was exhausting, okay? So listings is where we all know we want to be. We want to find some more inventory. Also, more marketing, more branding opportunities, more that your signs are out there, the more opportunity your phone's gonna ring, and you may pick up some buyers. You personally don't wanna work with them, referral business, okay? But don't ever throw away potential dollars. There's always a way to make money off of it. Let's find some inventory. The first thing you can do, and this is not rocket science, you're gonna hear some of these concepts and you're gonna be like, oh my gosh, that is so simple, James, why haven't I done that? Email your database. I went through every single person that I had bought or sold with, anybody that I've represented over the last 5 years, and I sent them this email. It's a little bit hard for you to probably see it from where you're sitting. It says, hey, Andrew, I hope you and Sandy are doing really well. Just wanted to update you that back in February, I launched my own real estate team. Okay, blah, 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 we'll move on. Let's see, how crazy is the real estate market? Inventory at the end of February was down 55.89%. And the average days on market, let's see, is at 16. Now here's where I need you, Andrew. Here's where I need you. Could you please do me a huge favor, and if you or anyone you know is even considering selling, please contact me right away. I might be able to sell your or their house without it ever hitting the market and with terms that would be very attractive. I look forward to hearing back from you for real. I appreciate you so much, and then all my contact info, okay? Now I started, and I skipped this, I started with a subject line. If you can see it right up here, it says, this is truly crazy. I use a subject line to hook them, to make them want to open the email to find out what do I have to say, okay? So use an interesting email, give them a quick little market recap. Here's what we're experiencing. It's wild out here. That's the crazy part. Then explain how they can help if you or anyone you know you're even considering selling. I might be able to help you without it ever hitting the market and with terms that are very favorable. Now to this email, you're gonna get a lot of responses. Thanks so much, James. So good to hear from you. Congrats on all the success. You're awesome. Blah, 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 blah. We're not interested in selling. We don't have any intent. We don't know anybody. Cool, 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 cool. No worries. You're looking for the person that raises their hand and says, actually, I may be relocated this summer. Let's talk. When I get back home, okay, after this weekend, I'm photographing a listing that came from this email. So do not look at this, anybody here, and be like, oh, that's dumb, that doesn't work. Bull. I currently have a home, no, that's a different strategy. Sorry, I was about to give you another example. That's the next one, okay? But this email absolutely works. It was very, very easy to send it, and I will even provide it to you. If you want a copy of it, I'll give you the exact words I use so you can send it out to your database, okay? Email your database, that's one way. Leverage social media, okay? Here's a couple different posts I've tried over the last year. 9 homes pending and 11 buyers looking. Who's interested in selling your home? How about if I showed up with a briefcase full of cash and I was willing to pay more than your home's worth, would you sell? I recently did this, and it's a little bit different than the example over there and what I actually posted, but it says, currently helping 16 families that cannot find a home. If you're even curious about selling yours or what your home's value is, direct message me. That strategy that I just used in the last 2 or 3 weeks put someone under contract pretty much on my way here, okay? Don't tell me they don't work. It's visibility. It's being in front of someone. I had somebody else respond to this as well. They sent me a personal message. James, actually, we're relocating to Bentonville, Arkansas to work for Walmart. The only downside is we're taking a relocation package and we have to use their company. Okay, now I already know of a house that's coming. What buyer do I have for that house? Also, which relocation company? Because I guarantee you when they see my resume, I'm in, right? So I'm gonna try. I'm gonna fight for it. Let me see if I can get that business. But they've responded, and now we're engaging in conversations as we speak, okay? Also, shoot a video for every single buyer that you have. It's really easy to take out your phone, put it in selfie mode, what's up, and maybe you could do this at a house, okay? You're showing a house. Guys, I'm out here, I'm showing houses. This one wasn't the one. This buyer's looking for, and try to describe like almost every single house, okay? All right, that's the key, that's the objective. They're looking for, it's got a front door. Yes, yes. Has a roof included. Yeah, but listen, they're looking for a 4-bed, 2-bath, 2-car garage, really just somewhat newer or even just kind of updated. I mean, just clean, a clean house. Do you clean your house? Because if you clean your house, I have a buyer for you. Will you just reach out to me? I'd love to chat. Maybe your house is worth more than you realized. Let's have a conversation. Send me a DM. Something like that. By the way, why the DMs? Because that's where the conversations happen. They don't happen in the comments. Okay? You can't really engage there. All right? Send me a DM. Let's chat. Right? And that's where we can really open it up. Yes, sir?
You notify your clients first before you take your phone out?
No, I don't put them in the video necessarily. I didn't necessarily be like, hey, let me interview. Yeah, if I'm gonna like literally, what's your name? Keith, hey man, will you do this video? Yeah, I'm definitely gonna make sure they're cool with it, right? But no, I'm just on my own, doing it my own way. So they're not in it at all.
They actually love that though. It's like you're out of the
Yeah,
box.
yeah, use it. Again, what am I doing? Rule number 8, I'm just trying to be a unicorn. Just trying to stand out. And also it shows them, by the way, let's go back to setting the expectation when you have to tell them that they're gonna have to make multiple offers to get one. I'm doing everything in my power to get you a freaking house, right? Okay, they're not gonna doubt you when you do that. So yeah, use social media and leverage your current buyers to try to find inventory for you to list it. And it doesn't matter that it didn't fit that buyer's criteria, right? I said try to vaguely describe every single house because you just, oh yeah. Let me come see it. Oh man, you know what? For this reason, I don't think this is the one for them. They specifically said that they needed 3 master bedrooms. You don't have that, sorry. But listen, I can help you, right? All right, so again, get that conversation going. Send out some letters, okay? There's a couple different ways you can do this. 1, I just sold a house. I'm gonna send out a letter to the neighborhood. I'm gonna tell them all about it. 2, I have buyers that they've made an offer. They made it on your neighbor's house. It was not accepted. We really like your subdivision. Vaguely describe every house in the subdivision. If you're interested in selling, I have a hot buyer right now, pre-approved, ready to go, right? Buyers just looking in your neighborhood. Maybe they didn't make an offer, but they're just looking in that area. Send out a letter. I have a new listing in here. Or, here's one that recently sold. By the way, guys, here's what's so cool about the recently sold. It doesn't have to be you that sold it. It's public information. You are simply providing value and information that's public. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that Susie Realtor had that listing. You're just informing the neighborhood. This one just sold, and it sold at one of the highest price per square foot in the history of this subdivision. Now, here's where we've got to be so careful to not create more of a FSBO movement. You cannot keep going to social media, sold this one in one day with 32 offers, sold this one with 1,900 offers. Stop it. You are the problem. You are creating our own competition with FSBOs. You've got to figure out the right words to use. The right word or words is not how quickly you just sold a house. Yay for you selling a house 2 days on market. Whoop-de-doo. Okay? Nothing special anymore. What we've got to do is figure out how to leverage this situation and make it to where someone would want to hear the information and want to reach out to you. So here's what this letter might sound like. John, I wanted to make sure you were aware your neighbor's house at 12314 North 138th East Avenue, blah, 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 just went under contract with multiple offers and sold well above list price. More importantly, though, this may have changed the value of your home. More importantly, this may have changed the value of your home. The last thing I would ever want to do is bother you with worthless information, but I'm also aware that when a house goes up for sale in a neighborhood, usually others want to know what the value of their property is as well. If you are one of these people and would like to know if your value has changed, just changed, not increased, just changed. Now, what did they actually hear? They heard, if I want to know how much it's gone up. What you said was, if the value of your home has changed, okay? If you're like one of these people, want to know if the value has changed, let's see, and want to, gosh, I can't read. Want to have to pay, don't want to have to pay to find out or waste your time with inaccurate online property value estimates. It's estimates. Okay, all right. Making sure we're all up to speed there. Please don't hesitate to contact me at your earliest convenience. I'd love the opportunity to serve you without you having to fill an obligation in return. Okay? Then I give them my contact info and how they can get a hold of me. That's it. If you want to know how the value of your home has changed, and you don't want to rely on inaccurate information found online, all you have to do is reach out to me. Send some letters. Oh, by the way, you don't have to just send letters. Anybody here use LandVoice, RedX, any of those kinds of services? No. Oh, yes? Okay, great. You can get people's contact information. You can find their phone numbers. And you can try dialing them. Now, I know that's kind of weird. You have to speak to a stranger. What? Oh, God. No, James, I cannot do that. I cannot talk to a stranger. Not me. Why? You're providing value. Hey, Keith, I just want to let you know your neighbor's house just sold. And it sold at one of the highest price per square foot in the neighborhood. Your value might have changed. Would you be interested in learning more about what your home could be worth in today's wild market? Leave it open-ended. Yes, ma'am.
Our governor in New York has a law that we're not allowed to cold call currently.
Okay. Yep. Follow local laws and rules. We don't have that in Oklahoma. In Oklahoma, do whatever you want. You know, like when we were checking, like we flew in and we were going to the carousel and get our luggage, and they were like checking us out as we're walking away with our luggage. And both my wife and I were like, somebody put a bomb in one of these? Like, what are we doing? Like, in Oklahoma, it's just like, grab your crap and go. See ya, right? So it's obviously just different. So yeah, if there's a law, follow your laws, because I'm not from here.
We
right?
also can't knock Zillow, because they're licensed in
Yeah.
New York State.
Yeah.
So we can't, it's against
Right.
code of ethics.
Yeah, well, yeah, I get what you're saying. I'm not gonna, yeah. I get what you're saying. But notice the letter. Notice the way the letter was written. I did not say Zestimate, right? I'm just cluing you guys in, like online property values estimates. You know what I mean? Estimates, not Zestimates. Now, I know that video is going to be probably not well received by Zillow here or whatever, your board commission. I don't know. I'd like to have a talk to them, though, and be like, these facts are on their own website. I'm literally just reading the facts. Like, I literally took the statistics off of their website. So it's not me making stuff up. I'm literally just presenting the information. That'd be at least my argument, but again, talk to your broker. Last thing I'm trying to do is get anybody in hot water. So, if you're gonna send a letter, you're gonna leverage social media, you're going to send out the email, you're gonna do all these things. How about a virtual CMA? Has anybody ever even seen this? Oh, yay. This is awesome, virtual CMA. This is one of my favorite things to do. So a virtual CMA is where I'm literally gonna do an analysis of their home, but from my home office. I don't step a foot in their house. And do you see what the screen starts with? That is their home. That is me down here hidden by a red button, but that's me down there in the very bottom corner holding up a sign that has their name, Hi Chris. Okay? So of course, when they open this email, they immediately see their house. That is the starting image called a thumbnail. Don't you think that's going to increase the chances of them, what is he doing at my house, right? Okay, so I'm gonna do a virtual CMA, and here's what that looks like.
Hey, Chris and Jen, it's your pal James. Wanted to give you a really awesome update today regarding your home's value. I know about 6 months ago when we were chatting about it, I remember thinking like 220, 225, I think that's where we all were kind of landing, but look at this, properties 14 through 17, since that time have all closed, and they've all really confirmed that you're worth a little bit more than that. Probably in that 230, 235 range. But here's where it gets even better. Check out properties 3 and 4 that I've highlighted. They are in pending status. The seller has accepted an offer, but it's not yet closed. They are at 240, 250, and 250. No doubt that next month, if those two close at those price points, that's going to just continue to increase your home's value. So what do we need to do? Well, if you're really thinking now might be the time to sell, I need to swing by, see the home in person, see its current condition. I might give you a few things that need to be done, but honestly, today I'm actually giving less suggestions on improvements due to the current market conditions. So you might not have as much as you think, okay? But if you have any questions, you want to chat about where you're going and all the steps, I'd love to do that in person or Zoom, whatever you guys prefer. I'm here for you when you're ready. No pressure at all. Just keep me in the loop and let me know how I can help. Hope you guys have a great day. I look forward to hearing back from you. See ya.
Do you think I got a response to that? Absolutely. The recording of that took, I don't know, that was a 1.5 to 2 minute video, okay? I shot that 1 or 2 times. I've practiced, okay? So once you get the hang of it, you'll shoot them in 1 or 2 takes. And let's see, I start with Google view of the house. Then I have the MLS pulled up with the comps. I do 3-5 minutes worth of research real quick. Just kind of scanning, like, yeah, this is about where they're at. And then record, and I send it. I don't know. Yeah, yeah, thanks for letting me know if you can't hear me. No, for real, like my voice is starting to get weaker and weaker. Let's see. So what I do is I start with the house view on Google. Okay, start with the house view on Google. Then I have the MLS pulled up, their neighborhood, similar comps. I highlight the ones I want to be sure and talk about, skim over them real quick, look at the photos. And then I hop back over into a program, which I'm going to tell you all about here in a little bit, BombBomb. Do we have any BombBomb users? Raise your hands loud and proud. 2 people, 3 people, 5 maybe. Awesome. To all of you who raise your hands, for real, like those of you already using BombBomb, you're the pioneers, you're ahead of the game, congrats. Honestly, you're not even ahead of the game, you're just with the game, right? Those of you not using it, you're behind, right? That's the truth. But I use BombBomb to do a screen recorder caption where I pull up Google, I'm in the bottom corner and I hit record. And it gives me a little countdown, 3, 2, 1, boom, and I shoot, okay? So that's how I send that. Do a virtual CMA. You could do 1 of those a day easily. Easily. In fact, I know of a guy, the guy that I borrowed this idea from. I wish I could take all the credit and be like, you guys, I am so smart. I'm not, right? But I listen, I absorb, I'm rule number 5, always learning, right? And I learned from a guy, I want to say he's in Pennsylvania, that did this for 90 days and got $11 million in listing inventory off of this strategy. 90 days, $11 million, okay? I don't know what that equates to in New York money, but in Oklahoma money, that's like $275,000, roughly, okay? All right? So that's a pretty nice little chunk of money for 5 minutes a day. Virtual CMAs. Give it a try. And again, we'll talk all about BombBomb here in a minute. Expired listings. You can go after expired listings. And if you think I'm talking about one that yesterday expired after 180 days on the market, no. That's not what I'm talking about, right? There's probably a reason that one didn't sell, if those even exist. But I do believe that there could have been expired listings more than 15 months ago. Did you guys ever have expired listings back in the day? Yes? There's a chance there's a seller sitting at home thinking we couldn't get this much money for our house. It didn't sell. They may not be as in tune to your local real estate market or the national real estate market. They may not be in tune. It might be you reaching out to them and expired from 2 years ago, 18 months ago, 3 years ago, and saying, are you aware? Send them, you know, kind of that letter basically. Tweak the wording, but just say, I saw you recently, or I saw in the past, that's what I would say. In the past, I noticed that you tried to sell your home. Did you know that today the value may have really changed? I'd love to help you identify what that could be. Let's chat, give me a call, right? Something like that. Go after those expired listings. All right, let's talk about the listing appointment. Once you have found some inventory and you've got that appointment, how do we make sure that you just kill it, you crush it, you own it, you dominate, you walk out that day with the listing? That's going to be the objective over the next 30, 40 minutes, okay, that we're going to talk about. And then I think we're doing lunch, is that right? About 30, 45 minutes? Good. Just enough time. So I want to make sure that you crush your listing appointment. First of all, let's see. Here we go. This is what every seller wants to know. They want to know what their home's worth. They want to know how much they're going to have to pay you, and they want to know what you're going to do differently than all the other realtors that might list their home. Okay? That's the 3 questions you have to answer every single time. Are we in agreement that that's true? Thank you. Good. Home's worth, what are you going to do, and how much am I going to have to pay you to do it? Conversations, again, that convert, the words that we use, you've got to know your value proposition and what makes you different, what makes you stand out. So I like to make sure they're fully aware of my list to sales ratio and how it is higher than the average. When I pulled it in February, the average was selling at 98% of the list price, where my listings were at 99.8, 1.8% different. 1.8% times the sales price, it's a nice little chunk of change, okay? I like to advertise my days on market is different. The average in my market was 32. Mine was 10. Lastly, I like to point out my marketing efforts. I don't know if you guys are seeing this trend. In my area, I'm seeing more and more realtors either not post photos at all of the listing, or it's the most horrendous cell phone photos. Are you seeing that?
Yes.
Okay, all right, we're gonna talk about that. So I like to point out the fact that, no, Mr. Seller, that's not me. When you hire me, you get everything top notch, or I don't do it at all. I will take professional photos, include a 360-degree virtual tour, and I'm gonna do an HD listing video on your house. Why? Because more eyeballs equals more showings. And I know that more showings could equate to more offers. And I know that more offers means more money. More money in your pocket. I wanna make sure everybody wants to come see your home, because I know certainly it's true for me. When I pull up Zillow and the house is blank, I don't know what we're getting into, right? I'd like to see it. So make sure you're not one of those. Know your value proposition. I like to make sure that the client understands James Wood doesn't determine your value. And this has always been the case even before the seller's market that we're currently in. I need them to understand that the market is what will determine your price. The market. Now I'm going to do everything in my power to make sure it is maximized. But it's the market. The correct price with the top-notch marketing will yield you the highest amount. Also, you have to explain to them right now that appraisal value is not actual value. Has anybody ran into low appraisals recently? Anybody? Yes. Great. It's a problem in my area. I have a great friend and client who is an appraiser. He and I talk regularly. And I said, Ted, help me understand why if I've got 15 offers on a house, they're all above list price, why it won't appraise. And he said, James, it's because it's not the buyer's money. It is the bank's money. And our job is not to determine the current, what somebody today could pay for it. It's that if it defaulted, what does the bank's situation look like? We are here to protect the bank. That is why we all love cash offers. Cash money, what? I've always wanted to do that. I don't, not really. That's not really. Oh, thanks, okay, all right. That's why we all want cash buyers, okay? And here in Oklahoma, we're in New York, where I live, down there. We have a lot of people coming from California. We have a lot of people coming from Las Vegas, from Colorado. They're selling their $900,000 home, $2.1 million home, whatever, right? Jerks. Anyways, they're selling those really nice homes that they bought 7 years ago for $450,000, or back when the market crashed, right? And they're coming in with boatloads of cash, and they're buying up these houses, right? I don't know if y'all are experiencing that, but that's what we're seeing. But Ted told me, unfortunately, the appraisal value and what you could get today, they are different. It's because they are there to protect the bank, okay? So help them understand that. Last thing, make sure you explain the commission breakdown. When we start entering into that discussion of how much are you charging, all that kind of stuff, you need to make sure they understand that commission is split 4 ways. I think a lot of us, we just split it 2 ways. Yeah, split it with that other broker. But why not take it the step further? The commission split 4 ways between myself and my brokerage, as well as the buyer's agent and their brokerage. And now it looks like it's just being diluted even further, because that is the truth. And then you're able to let them know that, boy, I don't make all 6%. Sure wish it did, but that is not reality. While you think I go buy $140 jeans, I don't. Okay? You know what I mean? So now it's a little bit harder to explain when you're rolling up in your Lexus. That's your personal business. I'm not getting into that. That was not the point of this conversation. But I'm just saying, you've got to let them know where those, you don't have to break it down for them, right? But the further you do break it down, the more they know that it's not all going into your bank account, okay? The initial call. Make sure on this call you're going to listen. I'll put that in all caps. Listen for what matters to them and discover their why and their when. This is an important part, the listening part, because I know I struggle. I have to remind myself in that conversation to listen, focus on them, not what I want to say. If you're like me, your mind is going 100 miles an hour and you've got so many things to say and you already kind of know what they're about to say, so you're just ready to jump to the next thing because I got things to do. But you've got to be patient. For them, this could be an emotional situation. There's pressure, there's stress, there's a lot going on in their lives. You've got to calm down, let them talk. But make sure you're listening and you're not just thinking about the next thing you're about to say. Actually listen to what they are saying. In this phone call, I'm going to confirm that both of the decision makers will be present for my appointment. Sally, I would love to meet with you. I get that John's busy at work, but here's the truth. The truth is I have a very detailed marketing plan and a very detailed listing strategy. And it's honestly far too complex for you to be able to reiterate all of it to him since you don't do this every day. The best thing is if we can both be at this appointment. If absolutely not, can John Zoom in? Can we FaceTime him? Something. But I'm going to try my hardest to make sure they both hear it. Because honestly, what could happen is Sally's all in, John isn't. Because John didn't hear anything I said. He's already got it made up in his mind what he wants for whatever reason. So I need them both to be there. Confirm that they're both going to be at the appointment. Then the next thing I do is I make them give me a promise. Have you guys ever had a situation where you had an appointment set up only to get a phone call that they've already listed with somebody else? Does that ever happen? Yes, if it hasn't to you, you're just new. It's okay. It's going to happen. Okay? It's fine. At some point in your career, you're going to get the phone call, oh, hey, Thursday, we need to go and just take that off the books. And you might get, we're busy, and never hear from them again. They listed with somebody else. Or they might have the guts just to tell you, over the phone that they hired someone else. So how do I avoid that? It's right here in this call. I make them promise. And I tell them, listen, there are some agents in this business who have some slick sales tactics. And they're going to push and pressure you at this appointment to sign on the dotted line in that very moment. But I want to encourage you not to do so. Because what I believe is that instead of them competing with me and offering you the same value, they will just cheapen their value. They will just do less for you because they know that they can't compete with the things that I'm going to provide for you, the experience that I'm going to give to you, the marketing plan that I have for you. I know they don't compete with mine. They don't. That's the truth. I'd like to see it if they do, but they don't. So instead of competing with me, they're just going to cheapen their own value. And that's not what you want, is it? No, that's not what I want. No. Yeah, you want a full-time, top-producing, experienced sales professional to manage your transaction. So will you just do me one thing? I'm not asking for you to promise that you're going to list with me. Will you just promise not to list with anyone else until you have met with me? That will help reduce that right there from happening. The last thing I'm going to do is I'm going to give them a task. I'm going to give them an assignment. Okay? I'm going to send them an email. So of course I'm going to say, Karen, what's that email address? She's going to give it to me. Great. I have an email coming to you that's really, really important. It's going to help me do my job more effectively. It's going to tell you a little bit about myself, some of my marketing stuff. But there's also going to be at the bottom 3 questions. And I need you to respond. I need you to answer all 3 questions. Can you do that for me? Yeah, absolutely. Great. All right, what's that email? I get it from her. And now I have given a task or an assignment. And the reason I do that is to truly pull out some information. But I also do it because anytime you give an assignment or a task, you have also given yourself some authority. You now have authority in that situation. Think about school teachers. What do? They assign homework, right? Think about cops. They tell you to put your hands behind your back, okay? We've all been there. It's fine. No judgment here, okay? My point is they have authority, okay? They have authority. The teacher, the police officer, they have authority, and they will tell you what to do, and you should do it most of the time, right? Generally speaking. So you're going to send this email. You're going to ask them to respond. Now, just like teachers have some really terrible students, they may not respond. But at least it's going to tell me what kind of person I'm working with, right? Or they're going to respond. I'm going to get the information. It is going to help me do my job more effectively. Here's what the email looks like. Again, I told you about BombBomb. This is what it looks like. I don't know how well you can see it, but at the top it says don't. This is very, crud. Right there, very, very top. In small print it says don't just hire another realtor. Hire a marketing expert with a real estate license. When you hire me, you don't just get another realtor. You get a full-blown marketing agency behind you, okay? Also gives some of those stats again, 99.8% list to sell percentage, 10 days average on market, top 100 realtors out of about 5,700 in my market. Those are some great things that I didn't have to stand there and say, look at all I do. They've already read it. The bragging has kind of been done for you, okay? Then I've got a cool email that yet again separates me from the competition. I spell out down below my top-notch marketing right there. And here's what that video
Hey, Mike and Jennifer,
sounds like.
It's James, and I really enjoyed chatting with you just now on the phone. I can't wait to meet you guys in person on Sunday. We're gonna have a great time. This is the email that I mentioned on the phone just now that I want you to look for, and there's 2 reasons for it. Okay, at the very bottom, I've got 3 simple questions that I just need you to answer. It's not a trick question. There's no wrong answer. Just give me your honest opinion, kind of the first thing that comes to mind. Don't overthink it. Just read it, respond. It just helps me do my job a lot better. Also, on your way scrolling down to the very bottom and finding those 3 questions, I've given you some examples that I'd love for you to take a few minutes and check out. From a property website to HD listing video to a virtual tour that I do. All of this included, okay? No extra cost whatsoever. It's all included in my standard listing package. It's what I call the red carpet VIP treatment. You're gonna get it. It's what's gonna help get thousands of eyeballs on your home to increase the amount of showings, to hopefully increase the amount of offers, to make sure that you get the best net possible, okay? So check it out, respond to those 3 questions, and I'll see you Sunday. Have a great day.
Boom. So now again, hopefully we already know each other. I love working with repeat clients or a referral or whatever, but if it's somebody I've never met, already they're like, wow. Wow. I was gonna interview 2 or 3 other realtors. I am interviewing 2 or 3 other realtors. They're not doing any of this. All I'm trying to do is stand out, be the unicorn rule number 8. That's what the rest of the email below that video, that's what it looks like. It's got the HD listing video. Do you guys have Matterport, right? Finally, something that's the same between our 2 states. Good. Matterport. I send them my 7 selling mistakes. It's one of those green screen videos. You guys have access to a phenomenal green screen studio. I've seen it. Woo, what? Awesome. I had to do my own, okay? I didn't have some awesome broker that went and painted a whole studio for me. I had to paint my own. Well, I didn't, but my assistant did. But still, you know what I mean, right? So anyways, did the 7 selling mistakes. Then down here, this is the property website. And gives them an example of one that I've set up. It's got those 3 questions. You might be wondering, James, what are those 3 questions? Hopefully you are. Here are the 3 questions. Number 1, what are the 3 best selling points of your house? I want them to tell me what are the best 3 selling points of your house. It helps me do my job more effectively. What are question number 2, what are 2 to 3 of your biggest obstacles you believe in getting your home sold? What potential obstacles do you think exist? And number 3, what attributes or services would you like to see from a real estate professional? Tell me what you want, and I'm gonna make sure that gets answered in our listing appointment. Cool? So, 3 best selling features, 2 to 3 biggest obstacles, 1 to 3, whatever. The best attributes of a real estate professional. You know what I'm saying, okay? Now, they scroll down. If they decide, I'm gonna click on his marketing and just see, because that's now what's in this email, because this gets a little bit more attention. Shut the front door. Everything is about getting the eyeballs, getting that attention. They're going to click to see what this is all about. And here's what they're gonna find.
Hey, today we're at my brand new listing in Longview Acres, which is basically 31st and Highway 169. This house is really, really cool, very spacious, and today I want to walk you through it. You're absolutely going to love it. And if you don't, you can just shut the front door. It is solid. It really adds to the curb appeal and just the overall charm of the front of this house. Now, as you enter, we ask that it only be the essential parties. We ask that you take off your shoes, use hand sanitizer, and don't be a den. Living room and full living room gives you 3 spacious areas to really spread out and relax. And this home offers over 2,100 square feet. If you don't think that's big enough for you, what the French toast is going to taste better coming out of this updated kitchen with granite and refreshed cabinets. Now that you've seen this 3-bedroom, 2-bath home, the probably in love. And if you're not, then you can kiss my asphalt shingles appear to be in great shape, plenty of life left, as well as the HVAC unit, which is just about 2 years old. This house comes with an extra concrete driveway, perfect for parking your boat or your camper, even a fully fenced-in backyard. So bring the pets, just no cats. Nobody really likes them. I like Carol Bassett. We all know she's a real. Bet you didn't know you could get such a good deal. This home is for sale, and if you want to see it, call me, text, or email, and I can't wait to see you soon.
Thank you. Thank you. I do. Thank you guys. Wow. So I don't think I've ever had anybody clap like that at a listening video. That is cool. I'm going to be honest, there's always, as I'm putting these presentations together, I'm always like, gosh, I just feel like I'm like showing off all my, but it's just, I'm trying to show you real life examples. So I appreciate you guys liking that. I believe humor sells, and I believe I'm selling myself before I'm selling a house. I can't reiterate that enough. I'm going to say it more times, I guarantee you. So that's what I use, okay? Use humor. And, they sent that to their aunt. She said she was like the, I don't know, organ whatever at their church, and she was like, even she was laughing. She thought it was hilarious. That's amazing, right? Your sellers will love you when you do those kinds of things for them, okay? All right, let's talk about the actual appointment and what I do different. First of all, what I take with me. That's not what I thought I was about to say. What I take with me, okay? I have my seller's guide. This handy dandy book I've already shown you. Of course, I take the paperwork, comps, tax records, the last time it was listed on the MLS, a listing agreement, disclosures. I go with a sign and a key box. I go prepared like I'm going to get the listing. To me, it's not just let's hang out and talk about your house. Like I'm going in there for an appointment to get the business. Make sure you actually show up early or at least on time. I can't believe how many realtors show up late. Like, what did you have going on in your life that was more important that you couldn't get there 3 minutes sooner? It's really bad time management, okay? I know if you show up to my house late, you'll only be talking to my wife because I'm not interested. You're already fired, right? We're done. So do not show up late. Next, I'm going to get a home tour. And here's how I do it. You know, typically you've got the husband and the wife. Have you ever focused on the wrong person? Meaning like the whole time you thought the husband was a decision maker and only learned, crap, where'd she come from? Like she's a decision maker. Dang it. You were focused on the wrong person. So if you ever need to figure out who is the decision maker, it's really simple. As you arrive, you greet the puppy. Oh yeah, I love dogs, get them off me, right? No, whatever, right? Love your house, oh, so beautiful. You're looking right at them. Who's gonna give me the home tour? And as you look away, you'll realize they're going to have a moment. One of them is going to give you the home tour. The person that says, I will, that's your decision maker. If the person looks at the other spouse as in like, you want me to? That's not your decision maker. Okay? Because that person, no, you want me to? Okay, yeah, I'll do it. Not your decision maker. It was the other person. They're the silent decision maker. Okay? All right? So now we know who our decision maker is, all from a simple question of, looking dead at them, who's going to give me the home tour? And then I'm looking away. It's such a beautiful home. Who's going to give me this tour? Okay? There you go, home tour. Now, as we go through the house, doing the staging and the prep advice, which might be less than you've ever given before. I know that's my situation. Like, oh, no, you're fine. Don't worry about those things. You're good. You're going to get 14 offers. Doesn't matter. But certain things you might still be given lots of staging and prep advice. The goal here is not to tell them everything under the sun that's wrong with their house. And you need to do all these things. I'm going to spend all your money. Let's go to IKEA. Woo! Let's go have some fun at Hobby Lobby or whatever you've got, right? Don't do that. Don't do that. Be cost conscious and be aware of what they're going through. Now, as you go through this home tour, what do you think you need to brag on? You sent an email and you asked for the 2 to 3 best selling points of their house. Those are the things you need to be sure and tell them how marvelous those items are, because they find them important. Even if they're not. Oh, that grandma's wallpaper from the 60s. Isn't it beautiful? It makes my house more valuable. No, it doesn't. Right? But you, Love that wallpaper. That's great. That's wow. Oh my gosh, that's gorgeous. That's nice. Yeah, right. You know, but no. Make sure you brag on the things that they find important. What do you not even talk about? What do we just kind of leave it very subtle if you even hint on it? Yeah, the obstacles. They already know it's a problem. Okay? The turnpike, major highway that is 17 feet from their back fence. Yep, that's going to be an obstacle. Yep, but we can overcome it. We can overcome it. I'm going to use, I'm sorry?
Great access.
Oh yeah, great access. Yeah, just walk right onto it. Yeah. But let's, you know what I mean? We're going to find a way to be positive about it, and we're not going to just hammer it. Yeah, that sucks. That's awful. Don't do that. Okay? Next, I'm going to go over my seller's guide. Can I do one really weird, really super awkward feeling thing? Just trust, do you trust me? Do you trust me? I don't know, y'all might not trust me. Who's this guy from Oklahoma? Close your eyes real quick. Just close your eyes, please, just do it. I know, I still see eyeballs, okay? Like you do realize I see you. I'm literally staring at you, okay? Just close your eyes for just a second. That way no one feels any judgment. Right now, I still see an eye. Close your freaking eyes. Right now, with all eyes closed, let's act like we're at church. Every head bowed and every eye closed. No, not really. Okay, with your eyes closed, I want you, only if you have a detailed, written marketing plan, I want you to slide your hand up. Just very quietly, no judgment. Keep those eyes closed. Put those hands down and eyes open. Okay, great. We had about 4 hands. I believe as a listing agent, one of our top responsibilities is marketing. And you're telling me that you don't have a written marketing plan. We've got to get that fixed, okay? That's got to get fixed. So the next thing I do is I go over my seller's guide and my marketing plan. And I'm going to go over it with you in a minute. Then we talk about home value, what their house is worth. Okay, I kind of save that towards the end because I want to build rapport and relationship. As soon as we talk about numbers up front, that's all they're like. I need to get to know them. I need to find out who their kids are. I need to find out about, you know, Roxy the dog and love on that. You know what I mean? Get to know them, build that rapport. There's my seller's guide again. We've got some industry stats. I don't know if you're aware that RE/MAX outsells every single brokerage across the country, every major firm that there is. We outsell them, let's see, at least 2 to 1, it looks like, okay? Most of them it's 3 to 1. So I like to brag just briefly on RE/MAX. I like to go over the most common selling mistakes I see people make. And then I also like to make sure they know about my online marketing and how I'm going to get your site, get your home on all of these sites, plus the custom domain. I give them advice and tips, value yet again, always giving value about how to prepare for video day, because I need to make sure their photos are the best. And then I go over the competitors' photos. Do you guys see that middle column right here, this page? I hope you can tell from your seat, that is a competitor's listing photos of the same house that expired. This is before COVID. Expired, I took it over, and then you see on the right, mine. Side by side, and everybody's like, yeah, night and day difference. I want yours all day long. $125. That's what I spend for those photos. $125, okay? So I'm gonna stand out. This is unbelievable. These are actual photos I've taken off of my MLS in the last 2 years, okay? I don't know if you can tell, that's a hand right there. They used a Google Street View and left the pointer hand still on the shot. There is a freaking cat on the dining room table. I am about to sneeze just thinking of that cat, okay? I mean, there is the homeowner. That's not the realtor, because I knew who the realtor was on this one. That is the actual property owner got caught in the cell phone photo. And then how about this photo? The realtor in the mirror. And the lights are off. Why? Why? I'm in competition with these idiots? How? How? Do you ever feel like I could have done such a better job? I can't believe they hired them. Why? Because visibility trumps ability. The fact that someone else was in their life and was in the forefront and they were seen, they were in front of that person and you weren't, that's why they got hired. Because they were visible, not because they can do a better job than you. That is unacceptable. That's nuts. Oh, I missed the bottom right. If you can't tell what that is a takeout menu from a local Chinese restaurant. This is on the MLS advertising a house. I kid you not, I texted her and said, can I get an order of the A3? She did not find me as funny as you did, okay? Like, what are we doing? Oh my gosh. All of these by different realtors. But yet, for some reason, they're all at the same company. I will not say where they were, okay? Here we go, moving on. Those are my photos. A big, big difference, okay? A big, big difference. Now, I hope you're thinking, yeah, those are some beautiful homes. I gotta tell you guys, I don't just sell beautiful homes. I also sold a meth house earlier this year. Yeah, for real. Every time I went in there, I felt like I should be packing, you know what I mean? Like, it was uncomfortable. It was missing walls. Like, I'm not sure what happened in the middle of this living room right here. Where did the bathtub go? It just walked off? Someone just picked up the bathtub and took it with them? No. Okay, never mind. Maybe I don't want to know. My point is, I do everything I can to position that seller for the maximum success. I use Box Brownie a lot. Are you guys familiar with them? Yes, fantastic. I use them on every single listing to retouch because I get a lot of crappy weather in Oklahoma. And so we do a lot of shoots when it's raining. I've done 3 in a row lately that it's like stormy and nasty. And they just simply brighten up that sky, brighten up the grass, make it look beautiful. Yeah, if there's a law, you know what I mean? I don't know that stuff. But here in Oklahoma, I do it all the time. 4 days to go from day to dusk. Back when we had expired listings and people needed to get their home sold, I would do this just to make the house look different, make it pop out, stand out, look new. And you can even get them to do item removal. If you got a house that's just way too cluttered, you might consider that, okay? So again, if that's legal in your area, do that. The next thing I do at this appointment is I can go in, and telling you guys, this is one, if you want to nail this thing, have a property website that's already set up, and it's their address, okay? 123 Main Street, Center Reach, right? We're in Center Reach, okay? 123mainstreet.com. You don't have to leave off the Center Reach, right? Make it short, 123mainstreet.com. That one's probably not available, but you know what I mean. Pick out their address, and go ahead and set up a mock website to it. You can do this do you guys have Mac Center? Yes, fantastic, you've got Mac Center. So you guys can easily create one. You can do it with the cell phone photos that you did before the professional photographer, or if you can get them off the MLS from the last time it was listed, something, throw one together. Or connect it to one that you've done for someone else, but just show them, hey, go to 123mainstreet.com. You can see the kind of website I could create for you. But how cool is it if it's their actual house? And they're like, oh my gosh, you've already done this? Yeah. Already set it up because I went to GoDaddy and I spent $9 on your address, right? 1241, Elgin Street. You know what I mean? And now go ahead, hire a different realtor. I own you. Like I own you. You.com I own. Right? They're gonna love it, guys. They are gonna be so impressed that you took 1 minute to buy a domain name. And once you've done this like once or twice, maybe 10 minutes to set up this website and just connect them real quick. So simple, so simple. Figure out how to do it. Own them online. Next, we're gonna talk about pricing. Very, very cool. I didn't realize this, saw this handy dandy little thing, Brokerage of the Year. Can we give a big shout out to the office? That is amazing. That's awesome. And this is part of why, not because they had me come here later, right? It's because they're doing things for the agent. I like to say it this way. Any brokerage that will bring in someone like myself to make you sharper and to pour information into you, that is truly a business that is building businesses, right? It's not all about them. It is all about us. It is all about just making you guys stronger, better, so you can beat out more offers, get more listings, win more business, and everybody's a winner. So super, super cool. All right, kind of where we left off, we had finished up with the horrendous photos. And I encourage you to buy a domain for the marketing. Go into that listing presentation already owning them online, their website, okay? Have it set up, really, really impress them. So after the marketing, there's two things left. There's pricing and then there's signing, okay? Those are the only two remaining steps in my appointment. On the pricing, whoops, sorry. First of all, I always want to know, what is your expectation? What have you heard? What do you believe to be accurate? Try to get a feel for, am I about to deliver amazing news to them, or am I about to have to get prepared for, not a fight, but you know what I mean, really explaining how this thing really works. How to set reasonable expectations. I go over that CMA. I like to show them, here are other homes, here's what they've sold for, and I'll even take the data sheet of those other homes and print out their photos. So in real time, and I'll even have my laptop with me, I will show them in real time, here's what that one looked like. Let's go over it real quickly together. How do you compare to them? They had granite, you have laminate. They had real beautiful hardwood floors. You have, I don't know, whatever, right? Yeah, that's stickers. You have stickers, okay? You are a 3-year-old. This is embarrassing. No, whatever, right? I'm gonna try to set that, like, I want them to kind of do a little self-discovery in that moment that, yeah, you're right, we're not where we were. Or, whoa, this is a good day, and they are very happy to see me. At the end, I'm gonna ask them this question: do you still feel that your price is accurate? Do you feel that the expectation you had and what you wanted, do you believe that is reasonable? Do you believe that's accurate? If for some reason, if they say yes, you know, or like, yeah, we're spot on, let's go, fantastic, it's the next step then. If I get any pushback that, nah, I don't know, like I can still kind of sense they're not yet on board with reality, I will then pull this out and I will say, Mr. Seller, there are 4 factors that determine the sale of a home. There's 4 of them, all right? The first is price. The next is the condition of the home. Then we have your amenities, your features, your floor plan, what you offer, right? Then we have the location. And here's the problem. We can't really change the bottom 2. That's the truth. The bottom, and I literally will, if I don't have this printed out, I will take a blank piece of paper and I will draw a circle, make the little pie shape, and I will write these down. These are the 4 factors. Do you agree with me? They will say, yes, that sounds right. And I will say, here's the problem. The bottom 2, we can't change your floor plan, okay? Sorry that, you know, you put all the bedrooms upstairs, not a common popular floor plan in Oklahoma. Sorry that your downstairs bathroom is the only bathroom on the main level. Therefore, all guests have to use your master bathroom, not, again, a popular, desirable feature in Oklahoma. So we can't change it, though. Doesn't make sense. We gotta let it go. The other thing is the location. You ever picked up a house and moved it? Don't recommend it, okay? Especially in Oklahoma. Those are called trailers or mobile homes. We have things called storms. Maybe you've heard on the news, okay? We have tornadoes, we have hail, we have all these things. Lenders don't like to loan on them, okay? It's not a popular product. I don't know if you'll have them here, but occasionally we see them around Oklahoma. And unless it's that, you can't move it. So now we're down to the top 2. It boils down to your price and your condition. What kind of work do you want to put into this house? James, I don't want to touch it. Okay. Then you're kind of helping answer, like you're identifying on your own probably where you're at. If you don't want to touch it, this is probably where you're at. So help them see the 4 factors that determine selling a home. Once we have settled, hopefully, on the price, we all in agreement, like this feels right. I want to make sure you know this is the time for you to make sure you are in charge of the conversation. It is your job to lead in this very moment. Unfortunately, I think a lot of realtors at this moment, we agreed on a price, we've talked about marketing, we are good, we're feeling good, and now it's that moment of, what do you want to do? You want to let me know? Y'all want to discuss? Get back to me? You just kind of left it hanging. You didn't close. You didn't leave. Let me ask this. I think I asked it in a different way on a different thing earlier, but kind of the same concept. Do you think your chances increase or decrease of getting that appointment if they don't sign it at the appointment? Increase or decrease? Decrease. We have now a lesser chance of getting their business because we left without a listing agreement signed. Okay? So first of all, go with a listing agreement. Okay? Mind-boggling that we would go into a listing appointment without a listing agreement. Okay? So I'm showing up with the listing agreement, with the sign, with the key box, because I'm going there for the listing. But it's at this point, you now have to lead. You have to take charge. You have to be the one that directs them on the next step. For me, it looks kind of like this. We've reached an agreement on the price. Okay, yeah, let's go in. Let's enter the market at $400,000. Okay, it's Oklahoma, y'all. It's 150. Okay, but I'm trying to play along like I'm part of y'all. Okay, we're gonna enter, and then I use the word y'all. Anyways, all right, we're entering the market at $400,000. We're in agreement. Yes, capiche. Fantastic. Here we go. Here's what's next. Those are the words. Here's what's next. Here's what comes next. Those are the words. That's what you say. Here's what will come next. We need to go ahead and sign the agreement. I need to finalize the property details for the MLS, okay? Need to finalize the property details. And then thirdly, I need to hire my photographer to come in here. Now, what works best for you? A photo shoot midweek or weekend? And when they answer me, middle of the week's fine. I now have them giving me an answer that we're now moving forward. To now go back and be like, oh, wait. That is so uncomfortable. It is so awkward. And the chances of a retract, back up, wait, is very unlikely. I did not. You ready to sign this right now? You want to sign? No, I didn't do that. That's a stupid, slick sales tactic, right? Remember me educating earlier about when I tell the sellers, be mindful that there are some realtors in this profession, there's some agents who would use slick sales tactics to get you to sign before I can meet with you, right? And I made them promise, so I'm not gonna do that. I'm just simply gonna give them, here's what comes next. We need to sign this listing agreement. I need to confirm the property details, and I need to get my photographer scheduled. And I'm going to ask a very simple question because I need a very simple, direct, immediate answer. What works best for you? Would you prefer midweek or a weekend photo shoot? It's not about their answer. We'll work it out. Oh, shoot, he's not available that weekend. Can we do Tuesday? Right? All I'm trying to get is an answer. Instant. And as soon as they go, weekend's fine. Great. Now, here we go. I just need you to sign right there. Right? We are now working together. They've given me an answer and we're moving on. When they respond, it means we're moving forward. So make sure your question, that's what I use. If you want something else, just make sure your question, do you prefer the photo shoot to be midweek or weekend? Your question, make sure it's effortless. The point is not to make it complicated and oh my God, no, you want an immediate answer because when you get it, bingo, you're in business and we're moving forward. Now, right around the time I might have them sign, all right, anybody ever heard of Jared James? Yes? Super cool dude, right? He's a former RE/MAX agent, real estate coach, great guy. He gave me this little nugget, okay? This little nugget is called a children's listing agreement. I don't know how many of you are parents, but I personally have one 3-year-old who is like the most important thing in my life, right? My wife, my kid. Don't mess with them, right? You can say like, love that little bundle of joy, that little chicken nugget. Love him so much, right? Whatever. Love that little dude. Do anything for him. And if you are a real estate agent and you come into my house and you say, hey, do you mind if I kind of pull your kid into this? Your 8-year-old, your 12-year-old, your whatever, your prized possession. Do you mind if I pull your kid into this? I'm going to have them sign that they're going to agree to make their bed every day, pick up their room, help keep the house picked up, turn on all the lights before every single showing. And then at the closing, I'm going to give them, I used to say Toys R Us gift card. Amazon, right? Target, whatever, Build-A-Bear, whatever, it doesn't matter. Point is, I just included the child. I just included the kids. I got 4 kids, you're spending $100, okay? All right, it's real simple, $25 a kid, everybody gets one. My point is, who is possibly going to win that kid's business? Anybody else? What other realtor could possibly win over that kid who just got pulled into it? They're now part of the event. They're part of the success of the sale. And the parent who loves the kid more than anything, you just included them. Good luck. Good luck to the other realtors. Anybody like that?
Yeah.
Sweet. Children's listing agreement. I knocked that out as part of my paperwork. So I've got them to sign a listing agreement. Again, I am not from New York. This is my 3rd time in this state in my entire life. If local laws, rules, regulations, your broker's policy are different, run this past them. I do what I call a 72-hour release clause. Now again, in 72 hours I have offers, okay? This doesn't happen anymore. But just in case, I still include it because I want my clients who, especially they don't know me really well, they're not repeat clients, I want them to know that every day I have to wake up and earn your trust and earn your business. Just by signing an agreement. Do you guys typically have 6-month or 12-month listing agreements typically? 6-month, perfect. That's what we used to do in Oklahoma. Now you can go up to 12. I feel like, and I will say this, Keith, right? Yeah. Keith, I don't want you as my seller. Keith, I do not want you to ever feel like you are held hostage to a piece of paper. No realtor should ever handcuff your hands like that and leave you stuck, right, to a piece of paper. I want you to earn my business and my trust every single day. So I'm not going to make you sign a 6-month agreement that you can't get out of if you choose, if you decide that I'm not the right fit for you, because I want what's best for you. I'm in this for you. And if honestly, Keith, if you don't ever want to work with me, respectfully, I don't want to work with you. I mean, it's okay. Like, I want you to go. And I want you to move forward in life. Never burn a bridge, right? One of the earlier rules. So I'm going to do everything in my power to let Keith know. And do you ever hear of other people who've had bad experiences with their previous realtor? Yeah. This avoids all that. That whole wall that they've built up to, I don't trust you because Susie Realtor screwed me over. She was a real, bet you didn't think I was going to sell this house, right? She was a real unfriendly person to work with, okay? I'm not going to do that to you, Keith, because right here in writing, it says that for any reason, if you choose to terminate this agreement, I will remove my sign and key box from your property within 72 hours. No questions asked. I mean, obviously, I'd love to help, identify what went wrong, but I'm not going to sign it and we're done. You know what I mean? You're out. Go get a different realtor and I wish you the best. So now I've shown Keith I'm in it for you, not just for me. Every once in a while, you might get some objections. Have you ever gotten any of these objections? Like, oh, that seems like a lot of money. Or, oh, this flat fee brokerage, they only charge $4.99. Or, I was kind of thinking about doing FSBO. It's kind of thing especially in this market, remember, realtors have kind of created this opportunity because we on social media say, look at what I did in one day with 14 offers. So part of it is our fault. So we've got to be prepared to go in and to counter that. And make sure you practice this. The first time you say this should not be the first time you hear the objection. You won't look very good, right? You need to have been prepared and have done it a lot. That seems like a lot. This would go back to what I said earlier about how, listen, the commission's broken up 4 ways. That doesn't go to me. That's split between myself and my brokerage, the other agent and their brokerage. Okay? Then out of my portion that I get to pay Uncle Sam. He loves taking his part for taxes. Then after that, I get to hire. Remember, I include photography. I include professional photography. I include a professional video. I include a 360-degree virtual tour. I include a website. It all has to be paid for, and I take care of that, Mr. Seller. It does not come additionally above the listing agreement. Okay? Now, honestly, guys, I don't get that very often because normally by now I've already provided enough value. They're not overly concerned about, oh, that's a lot of money. Generally, they realize I'm a professional. I'm there to get the job done, and we're going to get the most money, and it's going to be awesome, and you're going to love working with me. You know what I mean? But occasionally, you still get those accountant types, okay? And they want to crunch the numbers. It seems like a lot. That's how I do that. What about, well, Susie agreed to this percentage. You know, you're charging this. She agreed to this. What I do is I smile. I smile. Really? That she agreed to that? Well, then Susie really knows her worth. And I know mine. And I know what your home is worth. And I know that I'm going to fight for you way harder than she would, just like I'm going to fight for my commission. Now, what's he going to say to that? Oh, well, no. Like, she that easily, she just went down 1% or 2% or whatever that number is. She agreed to X. She agreed, wow, really? And I'm going to smile, really? Huh, she really knows her value. But I know mine. And I know your home's value, and I know that I'm going to fight for yours just like I'm going to fight for mine. All they can have to that is respect. All they can respond to that is respect for, I'm going to go to bat for you. She'll be the first person to give up every dollar you could possibly get. She doesn't care, right? She doesn't. That's why she didn't want to compete. She wanted to lessen her value because she doesn't have any, okay? So be prepared for that. The next objection might be discount ABC. They offered a flat fee of X. Well, let me ask you this. If money weren't even on the table, let's forget the amount that you're going to pay for realtors. Flat fee versus my fee. Just forget it. Move that to the side. Who would you choose? Ask a question, right? So they are then going to say, well, I would choose you. Why? Help me understand what about me would you prefer over that company? Well, James, and they're going to list off the reasons. Just let them list it. Zip. Okay, yep. Let them list it off. They are telling you the reasons. And then, well, what is that worth to you? What is that worth to you? Who's going to put in more effort here? Who's going to help you net more money? Who's going to do all these things? What is that worth to you? Okay? So they're literally going to give it to you. What about, oh, I have been thinking about doing for sell by owner. Has anybody heard that? Yes? Great. It is a thing, right? More so than before. So you're thinking about for sell by owner, okay? Help me understand why you want to sell without an agent. By the way, that's remember how important our words are? I don't immediately come combative, ready for a fight. I say something that's far less alarming, far less aggressive. It's help me understand why you would want to do this without an agent. The help me understand, by the way, that makes it to where you take a little bit of the responsibility for being ignorant. You take on a little bit of the show me your ways. You school me on why. And what could be very likely to happen is they're going to very quickly realize that their reason is based on evidence that isn't true. It's things that they've heard from other people. They very quickly realize, oh, well, or it's just going to be about money. That's all that it is. They think they can save a buck. Okay? So I just had this happen on Saturday to me. She literally said, I appreciate everything you've said, but I think I'm going to try for sell by owner. And if I can't get it done, then I'll hire you. And I said, the problem with that is you will get it done. But you will get it done for a far lower number than what I will get it done for. In this market, I have no doubt you'll sell your house 1, 2, 3 days on market, maybe 10, maybe 2, whatever. I don't know the days. But you'll sell it. And the problem is that the 1, 2, 4 offers you get, you will think it was fantastic. You will think that was an amazing offer. But you didn't realize that with what I can do for you, I can probably get you a lot more money. And can I just ask you a series of questions? Remember, I'm going to ask a lot of questions. I'm going to ask a series of questions. Do you mind just playing along? Do you mind just playing along? Okay? That's what I'm going to ask. And of course, you're going to say, sure, yeah, I'll play along. Okay. So the first, what is your name, ma'am? Susan. Susan. Do you mind playing along? Do you mind just pretending to be a person considering for sell by owner and just go with me? Sure. All right. So Susan, out of curiosity, you as someone who you're an accountant by day, you don't sell houses, right? I'm a realtor. You're a potential for sell by owner. Who do you think knows more realtors? You, the accountant, or me, the realtor? Who? You. Me. Yeah, these aren't trick questions. Okay. These are meant to be, again, very simple. No. Don't overthink of this. This is very simple. Yeah. No. Very, very simple. So who knows more realtors, you or me? And she'll say me. And they'll say, okay, and Susan, out of curiosity, right now, who do you think knows more potential buyers for your home, you or me? Me. Of course. Now, out of curiosity, you've heard about my marketing plan. I don't know as an accountant what type of marketing plan you have for selling your home. Do you think your marketing efforts or mine, who would get more visibility, you or me? Me. So again, series of questions. And I say I know, starting to sound a little mundane, just again, bear with me. So more visibility, do you think that would be more or less showings? More showings. And do you think more showings equals more offers or less offers?
More offers.
More offers. And the final question is, do you think that'll be more money or less money by having more offers?
More money.
More money. So real quick, you have just confirmed that I know more realtors, I know more buyers. I have a better marketing plan. I know how to get more people in the door, how to generate more offers, which therefore generates more money, giving you the highest potential net. Why would you not hire me as your real estate agent? Anybody like that? Yeah? Now, how about this? When they do, it just goes back to money. Out of curiosity, Susan, if you list on one of those websites that you can list on as a for sale by owner, are you planning to include the buyer's agent? Like, are you willing to just pay one realtor to bring you a buyer? Because the overwhelming majority of people, most people work with a real estate agent. So it's very likely that they'll come with one. Are you willing to just pay one realtor? And in my market, they would always say, yeah, or not always, but I mean, overwhelming majority of the time, they're like, yeah, I'd pay one. Okay, so really, right now, Susan, the issue is not all of this realtor fee, it's just my portion. It's just my portion. That's the only issue. And again, I'm at a lower price point, okay? The house I was at Saturday was probably gonna be about a $175,000 house. I did the math on what my commission would be and split between my brokerage, and I said, that's like, and I don't remember what the number was, but that's like $4,700. You know what I mean, or something, or roughly. Do you not think that with all of this, I can't get you more than $4,700? She was like, no, I bet you could. Then help me understand, why would you not list with me if I can get you more money, right? And I can take off all the work. I can do all of this for you, okay? Every once in a while, I'll have somebody that'll say, well, I'm kind of torn between the flat fee brokerage and doing for sale by owner, if you ever get that. I like to make these things really simple. Give them the three options. This is literally a method, okay? The way I see it, and that's how I phrase it, the way I see it, you have three options. Now, the whole goal of this communication method is to make the first two, the ones that they're considering, the one that you hope they do not choose. You want them to end up in the third and final option, which is you, okay? But let's be realistic. First option is for sale by owner. I believe you're going to have very low visibility, and you're going to have to do everything all on your own. That's the truth. You'll have no assistance. You're unrepresented. By the way, are you wanting to go make an offer on a house? Because you want to go make an offer on a house that's contingent on this one selling. How likely do you think that realtor wants to work with you, someone who's not managing this transaction? You're all on your own, as compared to having a professional guide you and manage this process, right? So that's the way I see it. That's option number one. The way I see it, your second option is to go with that flat fee brokerage, but you're going to have to do all of the administrative work yourself. You're going to have to coordinate all the showings. You're going to have to juggle, and right now that can be chaotic. When we might have, for real, I had 27 showings in 24 hours on a house. To you guys, that's like, yep, that's every day. Okay, cool, right? But that is crazy. You get to manage all of it, all on your own. Are you going to be prepared to do all the administrative work and manage all of that? Or the third option, and this is where, again, you kind of painted those in a not so pretty light, but in a realistic light. Now you paint yourself as, or your third option is you can hire me as the professional that you know that I am, that will help get you the most money. And you guys have heard some of my buyer tactics and strategies to increase the chances of an acceptance. I'm going to fight for you to also help you get that dream home so you don't miss out on it and let someone else end up with your dream home. You kind of leave it with the dreams. Let them envision, let them see the future and what they want and that potential for missing out on it. You could be missing out on your dream home, or you hire me. We increase, I can't guarantee I'm going to get it, but we increase the chances of this going much, much smoother, right? You guys like that? Yeah. So that's, again, it's the quality of your words. Oh yeah, this was the original break, by the way. This is when we were going to cut it. So let me switch over to a totally different presentation. If I can do that. I might not be able to. So give me just a second. Or Peter, do you want to talk about anything?
Hello, everybody.
And you're up.
Actually, I got
That's fine. I will figure out.
This is what it feels like for those that haven't gone to the RE/MAX conventions. This is, like, we brought a convention here. This is really, I'm so happy about how this is going and to have you guys here, because this is, I think he's doing an amazing job.
Thank you.
So I appreciate all of you giving him an audience to see what it's like to be there. So
Yeah, this is R4, man. This is it. R4 is like information overload.
Yeah.
Like I walk away, you guys, with notes upon notes upon notes upon photos of stuff. It's unbelievable. Plus the networking. Like I love R4.
Yeah. So for the RE/MAX people here, it's really, it's incredible value add. You get people like James, and then you get 7,000 agents all across the world. I don't know how many, I've gotten probably 9 or 10 referrals just from networking at R4 and these other events. Nicole's been doing amazing.
You just sent one to Florida, didn't you?
What?
I just saw you on Florida. Somebody in Florida?
Yeah, and I'm referring out to people
Oh, there you go.
and relationships I'm building in Florida. My parents bought a house in
There you go.
Florida, and I'm getting a check to get them by tomorrow.
Yep. That is awesome.
All right.
All right. Yeah. Woo! Like I didn't go anywhere. Thanks. Thanks for filling that time. Thank you. See, back in the day, I would have been freaking out right then. You know what I mean? So kind of glad that didn't just happen. All right, video. Video, video, video. If you haven't figured it out, I love video. If you're not using video, again, it's like I said earlier, you're way behind. You're way behind. Video is now a requirement. It is an expectation of most. That's the truth. And if you didn't know that, here are some actual statistics. National Association of Realtors, quote, 73% of homeowners will be more likely to list with a realtor who uses video to market their homes. How about Inman? Inman, quote, 85% of buyers and sellers want to work with an agent who utilizes video. I always hear some really dumb objections. I know none of you would do this. I often hear, I don't like the way I, or I don't like how I. Yeah, listen, I'm sorry about your face, but the rest of the world has gotten over it. It's not what we're talking about at the water cooler. No one cares what you look like. And the truth is, if you're providing enough value, they're not worried about what you look like. If you provide enough value, they're going to love the videos. They're going to love it. You just have to be willing to do it. This stupid lie about James, but I need to lose 15 pounds before I do video. No, you don't. No, you freaking don't. You're fine just the way you are, and you need to accept it. You need to move on and stop using it as a stupid, terrible excuse. Okay? Or, well, no, that's all true. The other option, though, is just own it. Could you just say, I don't want to? I don't want to do that. I'm not using video. Okay, great. Well, then my question would be, why? Why? Can you help me? All right, I'm not going to fight you. Can you help me understand? Let me soften that blow. Let me soften that with, can you help me understand why you would not want to use video in your business? Okay? Help me understand. Stop worrying about what you look like. You guys have no issue taking up a coffee date. Like, oh, let's go meet for Starbucks, and I'll tell you, or whatever, right? So let's go meet for coffee, and I'll tell you all about what I could do for you. At least back before COVID, that was the normal thing, okay? I don't know if y'all do that now or not. But let's get together. Let's chat. Like, yeah, I'd love, right? Do you walk into that appointment? Oh my gosh, my double chin, my eyes, my makeup, my whatever. No, you don't. You just go in there and you're you. Video really isn't any different. It is just you being captured. And what's so cool, you guys, is that my videos can work for me when I am asleep, because that's the power of a video on the interwebs. You guys do have those in New York, right? Whew. Again, I love finding those same things from Oklahoma to New York. Video is an absolute game changer. Today I want to go over 9 different ways that I use video every single day in my business, and I hope you'll adopt these, or at least one of them. So the first, you've already seen my Shut the front door. I call that my Christian cuss words, by the way. All right? That's my Christian cuss words. All right? We're going to do that in Jesus' name. Right up in there, shutting the front door. But that's my listing video. Oh, it didn't move. Hold on. Boom. All right, listing videos. First of all, do not make the mistake of discriminating based on the price of the home. The price of the home, the condition of the home, they are irrelevant. You should do a listing video for every single property because I believe there is a buyer for every single property. I also believe that every seller deserves your best. Rule number 10, I believe that you should do everything top-notch, you shouldn't do it at all. And now that you know that this is an option, you should provide every seller the VIP red carpet treatment. You do not have to reinvent the wheel every time. Obviously, you can only do shut the front door so many times before that's not funny anymore. So you could come up with other tactics. I've jumped in swimming pools, then had it edited where I came up out of the pool, like in reverse, okay? Like the Matrix or something. No, I mean, I've done some silly stuff, okay? So I went to a pawn shop. I bought a guitar that didn't work. I don't know why they were selling a guitar that doesn't work. Anyways, it was like missing pieces and everything. Anyways, bought this fake guitar. I mean, it was a real guitar, but it just doesn't work. And man, I smashed that sucker in the pavement, shooting fireworks off behind me with the whole theme, "This house rocks," right? Played some heavy metal underneath. What's that?
You have
I did not bring it with me. I'm sorry. It is on YouTube, okay? It is on YouTube. But my point being, I've gotten really creative. At some point, my creative juices have kind of gone a little dry, and I've been putting my focus, my attention in some other areas. So you don't have to reinvent the wheel every time. Lately, I've come up with this strategy of start with the general location. Like, hey guys, today I'm at 136th Street and Highway 169. I'm at this beautiful new construction that you're going to love, and I'm taking you on a tour of it right now. Something like that. And then we cut to a couple shots of the house. Then we cut back to you, talking about how amazing that master shower is, the whole master suite, phenomenal, you're gonna love it. You can fit more clothes in here. Sorry guys, your wife's gonna buy more clothes, but this closet rules. Check it out. And then at the very end, a quick call to action. Again, give the whole tour. At the end, it's, I hope you love this house. If you have any questions or you wanna schedule a time to see it, call me right now. And I can't wait to hear from you soon. That's how I do almost every listing video right now, because at some point, the time and the energy, it started getting sucked out of me because I was getting stressed over listing videos and what new concept and theme was I going to come up with for a video that's going to get watched only while it's available. And then in literally 1 week, no one gives a crap, right? So I decided to start applying those crazy thoughts that come to my head more towards the evergreen content, the stuff that lives on the internet and people will rewatch for years to come, where a listing video, they kind of don't. Except for this group who's going to go watch a Rockstar video later. Where I put on like a wig and everything, you guys. I mean, full on Converse shoes. I was like really getting into it. But anyways, you don't have to do that. You don't have to reinvent the wheel. You can keep it simple. Yes?
I had a client who did not want me in the video. Like she didn't want to, she goes, I don't want a video. So I really wanted to do the video. So I said, I just won't be in it. I'll just do like, you know, the music and a couple of shots of the whole house. You know, a couple of shots of the house.
Well, here would be my response. Karen, I respect your opinion. Here's what I'd like to do. I'd like to create 2 videos. Now, by the way, you're creating 1 video. I'd like to create 2 videos. I'd like to put me in it talking about the best features of your home, a couple of selling points, and at the end, I'd like to have kind of a call to action. That's what typically can generate more phone calls for you. I'd like to just try it. I'll send it to you, check and make sure you like it. How's that sound? And most of the time, they'll be like, yeah, cool. I mean, that's what I think. I honestly haven't been in that situation because most people don't care what I do, but I've kind of been doing this a while, so maybe that's part of it. I don't know. But try that. Try the, hey, let me try this. I'll make 2 of them. If you don't like it, we'll do the other one. And it's really easy to just take you out. However, Karen, I think you're missing a huge opportunity to use your listings as a reason to have a video, to have social media presence, to share it with people, to ask the seller to share it on social media, which then further brands you. That Christian cuss words was shared, I don't know how many hundreds of times, how many thousands of views it got. They shared it with their organ player at church and loved it. I mean, I got Aunt Betsy's blessing on it. You know what I mean? So I don't want to miss an opportunity to brand myself. So I would always try to include it if possible. Oh, this is one that was a lot less fireworks and craziness, but you guys, sometimes you can use a listing video to create emotion. And that was my attempt here. This seller was sweet as gold, 80-something years old, absolute, just beautiful woman, amazing person. And I realized very quickly, I can't sell this house in the sense that me trying to be me and be kind of the crazy, upbeat, yay, awesome guy wasn't the style of the house. It didn't fit. I felt like I was a fake, a fraud. And I said, would you do me a favor? Would you just give me a shot? Would you just try something here? Could I interview you? Could I ask you some questions on camera? And you guys, this was still to this day one of my favorite listing videos.
The first time I saw this house, I came to a tea party here that someone that was very, very loving and lovely in Bartlesville was having for the Y, and I remember coming in and thinking, this is the prettiest house I've ever seen in Bartlesville. It's different. Since I bought it 21 years ago, and I've had a wonderful life here, and I think that anyone would kind of feel that love that's permanently imbued in this house.
I'm James Wood with RE/MAX Results, and Nan has given me the task of selling her lovely home. Call me today. Let's schedule time for you and I to meet here. I'd love to show you the beautiful backyard, the sweeping staircase, and so many other amazing features. Give me a call, and I look forward to talking with you soon.
So, a lot of times today I get asked, you know, listing videos aren't even necessary. I'm selling the houses before the video can even hit, you know, Facebook, YouTube. Doesn't matter. You're putting content in front of people. People are watching it. HGTV is kind of a popular channel in my area. People like it. Be in front of people. I'm simply using it as a reason to have something to talk about, okay?
That's a memory she'll have.
Oh my gosh, that's literally one of my points. Sellers love this. And she is still gonna go watch that video and share it with people 2 years later. Yes, sir?
That music was marvelous.
Thank you. Thank you. I played it on the guitar right before. No, I didn't. What?
Do you have a list or a file of music?
Epidemic Sound. Epidemic Sound. That's where I get all my music from. It's royalty-free music. It's about $15 a month. Epidemic Sound. Great question. Are these necessary? No, probably not. But what a shame you're missing out on an opportunity that could get your phone to ring more. The sellers love it, which creates raving fans. It brands you. It's a great memory. Again, every seller deserves a red carpet treatment. Also, you guys, some of you have watched my videos now and you've said, well, a couple of you have come up to me during the pizza when I was just shoving that down my mouth, man. So good. And asked me about techniques and editing and things like that. Some of my listing videos, they are done using the Zillow Premier app. Has anybody ever gone through and you can like walk through a house and you can stitch it together and Zillow edits that thing together? My photographer is a Zillow Premier photographer. I don't know the phrase, right? I'm no longer a Premier agent. I do not pay Zillow anymore like I used to. You're welcome, sir. But he is the whatever to have all the access to Zillow stuff. And so we'll use his iPhone. And we'll go through a house, he'll put it on a gimbal, okay? It's called a Ronin gimbal. He'll put the iPhone on there. We'll go through the house, he's stitching it together. We'll download it, and then we use Epidemic Sound for the music underneath. And I use this, boom, there we go, Filmora is an editing program that is extremely user-friendly. If you say, James, I'm not super tech savvy, this is the program you want to try. Because Final Cut Pro and Adobe Premiere, kind of advanced. I do not recommend them for the average person. So the good news is, if I just kind of told you you're average, is that you're normal. Remember, most people, right? I've used that phrase before with you guys. Most people would not find those programs user-friendly. And what I don't want you to do is your first attempt where you're like, oh, I'm gonna really buy into what James said. I'm gonna go try this. And then you suck at it and it's awful. You're gonna quit. So go try Filmora. And it's cool, it's friendly with Mac and PC. Notice that at the top it says a $69 lifetime license. Not monthly fee, not annual subscription, lifetime access for $70. Does all kinds of things, putting under the music, it edits out my green screens, the transitions, the text, all kinds of stuff. You can even get kind of advanced with color grading. Some of you are like, I quit already. No, don't quit, right? But there's it's got a lot of great features, really, really user-friendly. So give that a try. I really, really like Filmora, okay?
Yeah.
Next, oh, yep.
Sorry, is that more mobile or desktop?
Desktop. Yep, desktop. Big View, I think, is what, Kendall Bonner. She is my homegirl down in Tampa, and she's a big proponent of Big View. Big VU is what I believe it is. I just didn't get into it because I was already going when I heard her presentation to R4. But great question. All right. Oh, yeah, some of you guys have kind of noticed some of my stuff's kind of cool. I want y'all to check this out. This is my intro. $34. That was me coming up out of that swimming pool. There's me on the guitar. 34 bucks, y'all. Fiverr, F-I-V-E-R-R. Then they did this for me for $13. Pretty sweet. Ooh, that transition right there, you see that? Boom. Ooh, that. These are some of my hidden gems that not everybody knows about. If you have a logo, you should send it to Fiverr if you're ever going to do a video. It's called an animated logo for $13 or $17 or whatever it was. That is some of the best money spent. Now, they're templates. If you really start stalking other people's videos, you're going to end up discovering, oh, somebody else kind of has a similar, not design, but a similar, video concept, because it's a program and allows them to knock these out kind of fast. But I don't care because the average person's never seen them, okay? So most people, right? So we're good. Fiverr, some great digital creations. Virtual CMAs, I showed you that earlier. The house, Flip to Me, screen recorder, the whole concept. It's through this amazing program. Crud, I don't even know my own slides. It's called BombBomb. We talked about it earlier. I thought I had a slide about it. It helps you stay in front of the database. Again, you could send one a day and stay in front of your own sphere and people you know, and it takes less than 10 minutes. And it provides value and you stand out. Really cool stuff. 3, I use video to build relationships. There's all kinds of different ways. I know one person in my office. Rob will spend almost every single morning sending a quick 30-second video to every person on Facebook who it's their birthday. Every person. Even me, a realtor, who he knows I'm not going to buy a house with him. And he will still send me one, just be a nice guy, because he knows the value of building rapport and relationships with other agents. Nothing wrong with sending this to other realtors and showing them how you're interacting with your own sphere and people that you know. On Veterans Day, if you sell anybody a loan and they got a VA loan, feel free to add them to your list to thank on Veterans Day with a super quick video. All kinds of options. If you guys have Homestead up here, is that a thing? Okay, cool. So that's not a thing. So in Oklahoma, we have this thing that saves money on taxes, and it protects you to where if your primary residence, if you have homestead exemption filed on it, it can't be taken away from you if you, I don't know, rear into Bentley and get sued for a couple $100,000 or whatever.
Star.
What?
We have Star.
Star? Boom. Whatever that is, in Oklahoma, they have to fill out an application, but it's free. They just have to know to do it. So in Oklahoma, it's due every year, March 15th, every year, March 15th. And as long as they occupied the home before January 1 or before December 31st of the previous year, they qualify, and it's their primary residence. That's it. No one knows about it. Like the average person, most people don't know. So I educate them and say, hey, make sure save a few bucks on taxes and protect your family make sure that your primary residence can't be taken away from you in a lawsuit. Pretty cool stuff. Apply right here. And that goes out every single year in January to every buyer that I worked with the previous year. Okay? So all those kinds of things, that's a great way to use video to educate, stay in front of people, and build those relationships. At the bottom, I talk about value videos. I've got a whole slide on value videos here in a second. Let's talk about, oh yeah, Emily. All right. So one day I'm on Facebook, and a sweet client of mine, she was dating this guy, and I sold him a house, okay? Sold him a house, but she was along the whole process. They were dating, but he was really the technical client, but she was along the whole time. We all jived. They came over to one of our New Year's Eve parties, or maybe it was our crawfish boil, or maybe both, I don't know. Anyways, and one day I saw that she moved. And I'm not gonna lie, I can be insecure just a little bit. At first I was like, oh, heck no, she did not use another realtor, right? Then I realized, oh, she moved. He didn't, right? So I realized, crap. I love them. They're amazing. And I decided on my own, I just wanna say something. Here's what I'm gonna send her. Let's just see what happens.
Hey Emily, it's your favorite realtor, James. Hey, I wanted to just tell you, you've been on my mind a lot last week or two, and I think it's ever since I saw a post on Facebook about y'all moving, and at first it was kind of that, oh no, they're moving thing, right? And then I realized, I don't think it's they, I think Emily's moving. There was this whole new, oh no. And so I just wanted to tell you, whether this transition's easy, whether it's super difficult, whatever the emotional side of things are, and then probably even more complicated with coronavirus and so much isolation, I wanted to send you a video and let you know I was thinking of you, that I miss you, and that I think you are freaking awesome. Like, you're seriously one of the most fun people I've had the pleasure of working with, getting to know. I love it when you show up to a party that I'm hosting, or, oh my gosh, you comment on my real estate stuff or share it with other people. It just brings a smile to my face and really does mean the world to me. And I wanted to let you know that I was thinking of you. I hope you're doing really, really well, having a great day. Enjoy the amazing weather, maybe even with a cocktail in your hands. Is it 5? No, it's 3 o'clock. So really soon, it'll be 5 o'clock. You know what, who cares? It's coronacation. We don't need a dadgum time. Start drinking, right? Or don't. Drink water. Or don't, just don't hydrate at all. Whatever, it's your choice. But that was a total ramble. I just wanted to make sure you knew. I think, oh my God, it's turning in. I have not been drinking. I swear to drunk. Oh my God, okay. Sure you've heard that joke. Suits, hope you're having a freaking awesome day. Miss you, hope all's well. Have a good rest of your week. Bye, Emily.
Here's her response. Again, you might not be able to see it from there. I said in my text to her, this video turns into a train wreck, okay? Delete and reshoot, question mark? Nope, just sending it anyway, haha, right? She responds with, I was about to start crying because of how much this means to me. And then you came in and started making me laugh at the perfect time, which made it mean even more. I needed this today. So much love for you, James. Woo. Woo, woo, quick feet. All right. Those are the lineman days coming back in me right there. Are you a transactional agent? Or are you a relational agent? A relationship that would go far beyond the closing. The closing of a house is hopefully just the beginning. Jared James also mentioned this year at R4, the average lifetime of a client. Did you know that it's $117,000? Is the average lifetime value of a client? I think if we all knew that one client could be worth $117,000, we'd do a lot more for them, wouldn't we? Yeah, guarantee you we would. How about sending some videos at the right time, even if it's uncomfortable, even if you're not real sure what happened, but just being honest. I use videos, I talked about value videos. So my value videos are set up in an automation through BombBomb. Automation meaning like a drip campaign. It automatically goes out. I don't have to think about it. Set these up one time, I'm done. Okay? I obviously need to go back and reshoot them. They probably know this wasn't yesterday because I've lost a couple of pounds. But I look a little different. Hopefully that doesn't matter though. At some point I'll do it. Change your locks. Okay? So like a buyer closes, they very quickly get an email from me talking about change your locks. Then beware of junk mail. I don't know if that's a thing here, with it being public information, people start getting all kinds of junk mail. People trying to sell you some deed or try to sell you some mortgage protection that's total scam, total bullcrap. Don't fall for it. Here's an example of what I just got in the mail. I'll show it to them like on camera. You know what I mean? How to make home warranty requests. Hey, here's a list of contractors I've used for years. They've worked on my personal home, so I trust them for me. I trust them for you. 90-day air filter. Hey, you've been in your house 90 days. Make sure you go change that air filter. It's probably getting kind of gross. Now, why do I care? I care because in, like, statistically speaking, 4 to 7 years, you're going to call me to help you sell that house. And I want to make sure that all the systems and components are in good, normal working order. Notice I'm planting the seed already. You're going to come back to me. Yeah, baby. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, they are. Because I want to make sure that everything's in good working order. I want to make sure that you're taking good care of your home, that you didn't forget this. I want to make sure you know how to file homestead. I want to make sure you know that in Oklahoma, this might not be a thing here. We have termites, wood-destroying organisms. They're terrible down south. You do? Okay, great. They suck. And here's the problem. Nobody does annual termite inspections, like checks. Like you might do it when you buy the house, but then after that, you just go to sleep on that thing. And then after 10 years, it can cause some damage, right? That's true in where I live. And so I like to give people kind of the unusual thing that I just learned a few weeks ago, which is that you should be applying rubber mulch, not wood mulch. Because according to my termite inspector, the wood is dead wood. It's like the perfect ingredient for attracting termites to the house. Instead, use a rubber mulch. Yes, it costs double the money, but it'll last longer and it won't attract termites. So I like to give them that little piece of advice. Now, what they do with that is on them. But what did I do? I provided value. I provided something that they may not have known about. I give them a video about how to make a garage smell better, because at that time when I shot the video, we had a 1-year-old running around the house who had dirty diapers that smelled bad, like real bad. So they go into the trash can that's in our garage, which then made our garage smell like crap. You know what I mean? I know, for real. It did. So I go to my wife's stash of air freshener things from like Bath & Body Works or Bed Bath & Beyond. I get them confused. They're like the same thing in my head. Anyways, we go there and I stick a little thing in the outlet, the electrical outlet, overnight. Couldn't even smell it. It's amazing. So I recorded it on a video. Threw it in there. Hey, if you ever got, you know, a nasty smelling garage like gasoline smell or crappy diapers like I do, try this. You know, anything that provides value. How about using BombBomb and video in general to do document explanations? So this is a state contract, and I'm literally going to go through it with the client. So like this is before they're making an offer. This is me explaining where they can find, here's the address, here's the price, here's the amount of earnest money, here's closing date, here's all the things that you wanted in your offer. I need to make sure you understand what you're signing. Or, hey, Mr. Seller, here's what you're agreeing to. And in the state of Oklahoma, you don't have the right to just wake up tomorrow after you sign this and be like, never mind, I don't want this anymore. I don't want that buyer. I don't want to sell my house. Like, you really don't have the right to just change your mind like that once you sign. This is a legally binding document. So I like to do this because I think that's the professional thing to do. And I also think that minimizes my risk and my liability. It's a little CYA, right? Cover your assets. You know what I'm talking about, right? It's just kind of covering yourself, making sure you're not setting yourself up for a lawsuit. Now, I certainly don't live in a fear, mongering mindset, but anything I can do to lessen the chances of someone being disappointed or frustrated or suing me, I'm going to go for it. So a document explanation, or a screen recorder through BombBomb, I use it all the time. Next type of video. I told you earlier, when you're making offers, all right, and I think I even showed you that exact video, so I won't play it again. But I am, again, connecting with that listing agent. I'm standing out, and I'm using it to try to increase the chances of our offer being the one that's accepted. Hey, what's 6, I did play that earlier, right? Yeah. Okay, good. Yeah, we're going to skip that. 6, milestone explanations. This is more of the CYA, more of the whole liability thing. It's reducing the amount of questions that you might get asked. It's that buyer who just got their dream home under contract, they're super excited, followed by like immediate fear and oh my God, I just got a house under contract and I'm a first time home buyer, oh my God, right? Hair on fire. That whole scary moment, something like this is greatly gonna help them when you send a video. And by the way, I've got this recorded one time and I can automatically send it out. You guys are probably thinking, oh my gosh, this is so much video. I did it one time, like set and forget. It takes me 30 seconds to go send this today. Now I just set it up initially. Once it's set up, I'm rocking and rolling. Next, your earnest money is gonna be deposited. Next, I need to make sure that you respond to your lender in a timely manner. They're gonna have a loan disclosure for you to sign. They're gonna need to order the appraisal. There's just gonna be a whole process, and you delaying in responding to them, signing what they need, could impact your closing date. So let's not do that. Let's stay on top of it, and let's make the lender a top priority to get back to. Credit do's and don'ts. This is also in this. Credit do's and don'ts. I've got a whole page. Please do not quit your job. Don't change the way you get paid. Don't make any large cash deposits. Please don't go buy a new car. Please, for the love of God, do not open up a new line of credit at a department store. Your new couch won't look good on a sidewalk if you don't get the house first. Again, I don't know if you've been there. I have. So once you learn, it won't happen to me twice, because I'm putting a system in place to make sure that doesn't happen to me again. All right, insurability, got to make sure that the house is insurable, the roof's in good condition, and then lastly, home inspections. When you get those scheduled, here's who I recommend. They inspected my personal house, my mama's house. I trust them. Trust them for you. It's up to you though. Trust Google, whatever you want. But here's who I recommend. All right, on sellers, the milestone. Don't count your chickens before they hatch, Mr. Seller. This ain't a done deal till it's over. All right, we don't know if it's going to appraise. We don't know if the buyer's going to find something in the inspection. Just keep it in check, okay? Let's be excited, but let's know that things can happen that I can't prevent. Next, they're going to do a home inspection. I need to make sure that the attic, crawl space, electrical panel, water heater, furnace, all these elements are accessible. Please don't park your car in the way and leave with the keys, okay? I've had it happen. Then the appraiser is going to come in. He's going to determine the value of your house. Lastly, don't turn off your utilities. In Oklahoma, you have to keep them on all the way through closing, okay? Because believe it or not, an empty house, that's the first thing. Oh, it's sold, I want to turn those utilities off. Again, let's avoid those problems. Milestones. There's a whole lot of stuff to remember. This has nothing to do with video. I just didn't really find the right spot to put this in the presentation. Scheduled app, if you're an iPhone user, is a phenomenal app that I use regularly to type up my message today, choose the day and time I want them to receive it. It's like a delay email, right? Like in Outlook or whatever you use where you type it up today, but it can go out in 3 weeks. That is what scheduled can do with text messages. What's really cool is it pops up like, are you sure you want to send this text? Yes. Or no, because I literally just spoke to them and covered that. Cool? Scheduled app. I don't know if it's for Android. Android, I believe, not knocking Android, I really do believe there's a way for Android users to like already do that built into the program. Fantastic. iPhones, you just grab this app, super cool, but a lot of people don't know about it. Evergreen content. Videos that can work while you are asleep.
I'm James Wood, and today I want to chat with you about the 7 most common selling mistakes I see homeowners make that I want you to know about so you can avoid it. The first mistake is overpricing your house. You see, you've got to think about this from a buyer's perspective. They're not yet emotionally connected to your home. There's no memories there. They're just looking for the best deal. They're comparing oftentimes not just your area or your subdivision, but sometimes even multiple school districts. So you've got to make sure that you enter the market at the right price, because too high of a price tag will rack up more days on market and you'll end up selling for less than what you're actually worth.
Well, perfect.
The fourth mistake is advertising as is. You want to sell for the most amount of money in the shortest amount of time without having to dump any more into it. I get it, but buyers will assume the worst.
Yeah, that's good.
It'll make them wonder what's wrong with the house. Or what is the seller hiding? When in actuality, you just didn't want to be nickel and dime.
Do you want your 5 minutes at the very end or be during the middle of the presentation?
Okay, cool.
Then I've got a perfect transition. Yep.
The appraisal, have a little skin in the game. And then just negotiate tighter on repairs. The fifth mistake is being offended by an offer. Buyers are going to ask for dollars off price, dollars towards closing costs, appliances like the fridge, the washer, the dryer. They might even ask for a home warranty, repairs, a prick of blood, your firstborn child, and the family dog if he's cute. Don't get offended. Just respond. Counter offer the buyer with something more in line with what you're willing to accept. You never know what a buyer's really willing to pay for a home until you negotiate.
So I kind of shortened that for time. Obviously, I just realized watching it like, oh crap, that is obviously outdated. I got to update that myself. So we'll come up with some different stuff because nobody's asking for the family pet anymore. Okay, all the other stuff's still accurate, but nobody wants a pet anymore. So, all right, milestones. Let's see, evergreen content. Honestly, what's really cool about that right there, that can overcome some of the objections before I ever even get to their house. And also lets them know I'm not picking on you. I'm not picking on you. Like, this is something I'm giving to every seller that I'm working with. It's not personal. This is true. I didn't go create a green screen video just to pick on you. You know what I mean? So this is what's going out to everybody. The 8th way I use video is testimonials. Pull in your clients, your raving fans who love you. Ask them to be on video. Online reviews. Did you know that they are read by 91% of consumers? It seemed really high to me. Like, I figured a lot of people were looking at reviews, but 91? Anyways, that seems like a lot. 84% said that they trust them as much as a personal referral. Now that one I kind of believe, because I'm not gonna lie. First thing I do on Amazon, read the reviews. And then I trust them as much as you saying, this is an awesome, I don't know, pogo stick, you know what, whatever, right? Like whatever I'm looking for, like I believe you. So why not include your clients who love you and have them tell the audience how awesome you are?
James Wood happened to reply to me, and the way he replied is what caught my attention. It was the video, which was pretty awesome.
Hey LeVar, it's James Wood over at Remax. We just spoke on the phone, and I simply wanted to send you this quick video to let you put a face to the name and let you know I am always here to help.
Most realtors would just call you back, but he did call as well, but he sent the video which told who he was, gave me some information, and I thought that was pretty awesome. He was able to answer all of our questions. He was very knowledgeable, got us thinking about, the USDA loan, other types of allowances that we had never thought about dealing with purchasing a house, which would make, other houses more appealing. And honestly, the thing that got me the most was the video. I had never seen that before. I didn't shop around after that because I said, okay, well, this is the guy that we want to go with. Like, he got us with the video. James he's my guy.
Did you guys hear what he just said?
Yep. Video 800 times.
Video. He got me with the video. We didn't even shop around after that. Basically saying we were also shopping for a realtor, not just a house. And he got us. Oh, when he said that, I was like, oh, dear God, keep your composure. Yes, 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 yes. Right? Keep talking, LeVar. That's what I'm talking about, because I didn't know back then I'd be speaking to you guys, but I knew the power of video. And that was honestly the moment I learned my video was that influential, that he knew I was the guy, because I sent him a very simple little bomb video that said, hey, I really enjoyed chatting with you just now on the phone. I'd love the chance to earn your trust in your business. Let me know when you're available to go see this house. I can't wait to meet you in person. That was it. It's like a 30-second video. And it led to, $225,000 commission, which again, might be peanuts for you guys, but it was huge. It was awesome. All because of video. The next thing I'll do, not playing that again, real life.
Hey,
use real life.
Quick,
oh my gosh.
A big
There we go.
shout out and thank you to my good friend Katie, who shared a post on Facebook stating that if you have a fridge in your garage with a freezer component, you need to go check on it. I had no idea. I even thought the post might be silly, but this is Grayson's Frozen Popsicles. Obviously not frozen right now because it's so cold in this garage, but the freezer's not kicking on. So I actually had some meats in there that were starting to thaw, and you might have food in a freezer out in your garage that you don't want to lose. So go grab it. I threw mine on my patio because it's currently 14 degrees, feels like 0. Oh, it's crazy. But hopefully this will save you some disappointment later. Thanks again, Katie, for letting me know so I could share this to my friends. Good luck, guys. Stay warm. See ya.
This was just in February. Okay, in February, the next night, I think it was like negative 21 degrees. It was unbelievable for Oklahoma. We don't get below 25 in a given year, like once, maybe twice below 25 degrees. So to be in negative temperatures was unreal. And again, I saw somebody post some appliance company that, just go check on your garage freezer. It might not be freezing products. And I thought, well, that's stupid. It's negative degrees outside. Sure enough, stuff was melting. So in a moment, I grabbed what was sitting right there. Thank God, a little Remax beanie, subliminal messaging that I'm a realtor. I wasn't trying to be, hey, I'm a realtor, let me give you value. It was just me shooting real life, raw, unedited, the whole thing was that right there. Like, that was the video. I shot it 2 times. I didn't like my first take, okay? And then I posted that on Facebook. That thing was shared hundreds of times and received thousands of views. I wish I would have remembered, like 7,000, 10,000, I don't remember how many views I got, maybe more. All from just in the moment, share something that maybe everybody doesn't realize. And you know, we got to remember, people love reality TV. People love real and raw and unedited. It doesn't always have to be perfect and you just nailed it and edited and all this stuff. Sometimes it just needs to be you, and it needs to give value, and that can really go a long way. I've got my last little segment. Oh wait, hold on. Let me finish this real quick on video. This will finish up video. A lot of people say, James, they give me all their other excuses. After the light, what they look like, and after what they sound like. Then it goes into, but I don't know how. I don't know if you're aware, I was born knowing how to edit video, okay? So you couldn't possibly figure it out. No, there's YouTube tutorials on YouTube, okay? There are tutorials on YouTube. They teach you how to do this crap. Like, you can learn almost everything on YouTube. The key is, do you want to, right? So the other excuse I hear is, but James, I don't have the equipment. You've got cool stuff. Yeah, but I didn't start that way. I started with an $80 investment. That was my startup with, like, I really want to embrace video. I think it's gonna make me stand out and unique and different and be an awesome tool. Let me grab these couple of things for 80 bucks, and it just kept getting better and better, and I'm the kind of guy, I do it top notch or I don't do it at all. I just kept investing, getting better and better, and higher cost equipment and all that kind of stuff. You don't have to. If you listen to that lie, you're getting fooled, you're getting tricked. The fact that you gotta have a $2,000 camera is bullcrap. Your iPhone does some amazing stuff, okay? The tool that you need is in your pocket, unless you have an Android, okay? All right? I'm teasing. I know, I'm not gonna drop it. I'm not gonna let it go, okay? Yeah.
Amen.
Okay?
So why use BombBomb for like your one text to LeVar versus like just making a quick video and texting it over?
Sure. I don't know that this is the case every time. Sometimes my videos go a little bit long. Sometimes I get to talking and it's a concept and I've got to explain it. I'm a talker, if you didn't know. And so sometimes my 30-second video, like, that'll text just fine, me to you, no big deal. But sometimes when my video gets up into a minute and a half, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, I don't know at what point it kind of gets too big for a text message, but I feel like it really struggles to send. Plus, unless he just responds right away, I don't know, like, did he watch it? Because not everybody responds. On BombBomb, there's tracking. So when I send you the BombBomb text message video, I know as soon as you opened it and watched it. So it's pretty cool. Plus, BombBomb does a ton of other stuff. Like, that's just one little bitty portion of BombBomb, right? Because they also do the screen recorder, and they also do forms, which that's a whole, like, I could teach a class on BombBomb, okay? So anyways, yeah, check it out. We'll talk more about that later. Video basics, just make sure you're in a quiet setting. I had somebody be like, hey, I know you do a lot of video. Will you proof this and tell me what you think? Listen, I'm Simon Cowell. I tell the truth. Okay, so I can be a little harsh, but I'm honest and I want you to be better. And she was like shooting this video at like the main office desk with the phone ringing, like people coming in and out of the door. And I was like, that's a train wreck. I can't even hear what you're saying. So make sure you get a quiet setting. You've got some good lighting. At some point you might want a higher quality microphone. Again, you don't have to start there, but at some point you might want to. And then a silly thought, you guys, if you ever shoot a video in selfie mode, can you just make sure that you look at the camera, not you? Right? Like when you shoot a video in selfie mode, if you're staring at yourself, when you play that video later, your eyes are going sideways, okay? So those are just little tips. I didn't have that down the first time. It took me doing it and realizing, oh my gosh, I'm looking at myself, not the camera, okay? So just trying to share with you some of those little things. Also, anything you can do to grab attention, anything that you're trying to hook the viewer. You want them to stay on your video as long as possible. Maybe create a little mystery. A little wonder. Make them wonder what you're about to say or what you're about to do. Give an interesting hook, kind of like that email I used earlier. This is truly crazy. Try to get them in. And then also make sure it's just not too long. At some point, too long of a video, you've lost them. They've moved on. Our attention spans are just too short, okay? Most importantly, make sure you be you. Don't try to act like me, getting all wild and awesome if you're a pretty just kind of chill, normal person, okay? You need to be you. People are gonna see right through you being fake. Just be you, and more importantly, just do it, okay? Just be like Nike. Just do it. Stop your excuses, stop waiting, stop delaying, and just go for it and do it. All right, cool. That's all I had on that. I've got one more segment, but you wanted to announce something, so now you're up.
Okay. Hello, everybody. Okay, I have to ask, isn't he doing an amazing job? Except, a realtor in here told me that they think that he's funny than
Well, that's true. Yeah. That's...
So one of our sponsors tonight is Mark Morazzo from United Mortgage. Hello, Mark. Mark is more comfortable one-on-one than he is on the stage. So I'm gonna talk him up and do what I can to make him look good. Tell me how I do. So Mark's an incredible mortgage banker. Yep. CEO stuff. He's a problem solver. You bring him something, he will show you what he can do, but nobody cares about that. That's what every mortgage person will tell you. I think what's important to me in my relationship with Mark is that he has a real introspection on what it takes to be successful and what it means emotionally, what it takes to think about systems, and we spend a lot of time just talking about our goals in life and what it takes. And we all have these similar feelings and fears. And just so you know, it never stops. So early on, if you're a new agent, you're scared. You don't know if you're going to make it. You're trying everything you can do. And if you have tenacity and you stick with it, I promise you will make it to the next level of not knowing you're going to make it. Okay? Because then people are starting to do business, and it gets a little overwhelming. You're starting to pull people back, and you're trying to put the systems together, and then you're like, am I going to break? Can I spend time with my family? Can I figure this out? Do I need an assistant? And you're stressed and struggling again. And one of the things that Mark is doing for you today is giving you a book. And with this book, you guys can discuss, and there's going to be, what is it going to be? It's going to be some type of
mastermind.
It's going to be a mastermind.
Or a one-on-one if everybody's comfortable. But we'll do a mastermind, like a webinar.
Yeah.
Probably about, I'll give you guys maybe like a month to read the book. It's only 200 pages, so we should be able to fly through it. It took me...
This book is about happiness. It's about being happy and letting that happiness add to your success. And letting that happiness, one, be happy with the success you had, which I struggle with, and using that happiness and positivity to actually make your business easier and make your business better. Thanks. I plan on setting out a video soon about how many deals I've gotten through car accidents. Because I was pretty positive every time I hit someone with my car.
On the purpose.
Not on purpose. Not every time. And that positivity led to relationships. So, Mark is giving everyone this book. I'm going to have Jordan hand it out to everyone. We'll find her. She's going to hand it out to everyone. And read it. And if you are in a position where you need help, you just want to talk about the kind of things that Mark and I talk about, reach out.
We top it off. Top it off. Sweet. All right, so back to me. This is kind of that last segment. I wanted to save one of my favorite things for the very end. So that's why I saved video for the end and then the ultimate fan experience. This was one of the first, this kind of pieces of information that came from one of my very first presentations. I called it the ultimate fan experience because I actually came up with that in my last career. When I worked in the Christian music industry, I would get hired by nonprofit organizations, churches, all kinds of people to coordinate concerts, festivals, tours, blah, 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 right? Back when we could do those. And there was this one festival I was working for, and all they had was general admission tickets. General admission meaning, as you probably know, the same ticket price for every single person. It's kind of first come, first serve. Everybody's the same, nobody's special. You just pay your admission and then you get in, and then sit wherever you can find a seat. General admission. So I got involved, and very quickly, being the business mind that I already was at the age of 19 when I started working for them in college. Maybe I was 18. Anyway, quickly was like, you guys, like, you're bringing in these artists that are heard on national radio, like across the whole U.S. We're bringing in some cool people. The people that are buying tickets love these guys. Like, they love them. Why don't we have another ticket price where there's only so many of them? We call it VIP. And those people get to go backstage and meet them before they perform at the end of the night. That was cool. So, took it from general admission to VIP. Then my second year working for them, I worked for them for like 4 or 5 years. My next year, I decided to change it, and I said, hey guys, you went from general admission, you trusted me on the VIP. What if we did the ultimate fan experience? Because I believe people want experiences, not just something, they want something that is unique, something that's rare. And so the ultimate fan experience was higher than VIP. This was only 20 people. And these 20 people, not only did they get to come backstage and participate in that VIP meet and greet as all the VIP ticket holders, but we went above and beyond for them. The top 4 bands that night all agreed to come into the dressing room. We blocked off one dressing room that was only for this event, okay? And just hang out. Each of them for about 15 minutes, Q&A. It was like just hanging out with this table almost. Like, what's up? You know what I mean? And then, oh, hey, I got my guitar. You want me to just play a quick song? Here's what, this song that you just heard on the radio. Right? And so it was like Christmas morning to these people who paid for, the highest ticket price of the ultimate fan experience. And so my question as I got into real estate, and the question I want to ask you, is which ticket type do you provide that experience for your clients? Like, are you general admission? You just kind of do the bare bones minimum. Hey, you got to closing. Good for you. See ya. Right? Did you kind of go just a slightly above and beyond? You gave them a VIP, kind of went out of your way a hair, but not too much, but a little bit better. Or are you rolling out that red carpet? Are you treating every client like they're your only one and they deserve your absolute best? They deserve top notch, okay? Or they deserve, you don't deserve them at all, right? Which one are you? So I figured out real quickly in my career of real estate, I want to figure out how to take a lead, because remember, I'm not from Tulsa. Take a stranger, a lead. Turn them in not just to a client, but I want to figure out how to take the next step. I want to make sure they become a raving fan of mine. I want them to become my cheerleaders, my ambassadors. Okay? That's the whole strategy behind this. First of all, how can you identify people in your sphere of influence? Maybe you've sold them a house, maybe you haven't, but how can you identify cheerleaders and raving fans, people who are willing to recommend you to other people? That's what you got to figure out, who to pay attention to, who to focus on. One easy way of doing this. On social media, maybe tomorrow, maybe right now, maybe next week, ask a question for a recommendation. Favorite pizza place in Long Island? What is your favorite? Fill in the blank. The people who are commenting on that post, those are potential cheerleaders. Because they're willing to take time and give a recommendation to someone else about the favorite pizza place, about the favorite Mexican restaurant, about the favorite place to take your kids. You know, again, you want it to kind of be broad enough that most people have an answer to give you. But those are potential cheerleaders. Those are people you should start focusing on, and you should add them to your database to figure out how to stay in front of them. Because you hope that the next time someone else says, I need a good realtor in Long Island, you hope that just like that pizza place, they're giving your name, right? So that's who you want to focus on. Focus on the potential raving fans as you continue building raving fans. One thing I like to do is always give something that's customized. I hear a lot of realtors talk about giving a gift card at closing. That's a nice gesture. But where does that end up? It ends up, yeah, used at the store, but then after it's used, where does it end up? Garbage, thrown away, gone, forever, forgotten. It's out of there. Nobody remembers. In 1 year, your clients will not talk about the Home Depot gift card you gave them. How nice of you. They will not. I can still go to my clients' homes when I'm invited over for a dinner or a party or whatever, and I go, by the way, you go. If you're invited, you do everything you can to go. I don't care how awkward you think it's going to be. Get you your +1. For me, it's my wife. We're going. I want the invite to the Christmas ornament exchange party, knowing full well I'm not going to know anybody there. I'm the awkward guy in the corner, and they kind of all know each other, but I got invited. I'm showing up. It's led to business. Because at some point, it always comes up, how do you guys know Lauren? I sold her this house. Really? We're actually in the market. Great. Then you should definitely be talking to me. You know, something, right? You've got to put yourself in some positions to get to know some new people, and I want to figure out how to get into their sphere. I want to figure out how to get to know the people that they know. Best way is if you get invited to an event, you better show up. But anyways, focus on those. When I go to those events, back to this, I love seeing my cutting board on their counter. And I don't just give them the cutting board. I give it with the stand that I go buy at Hobby Lobby. You guys have those? Yeah, okay, cool. I thought you were about to say no again. All right, you go buy them there. They're $2, okay? Use that 40% off coupon, and you've got a little stand, and you give it to them, suggesting this is a nice little decor, put it on your counter. Right? How cool is that? Now it's out every day and they think of you. Now that cutting board on the back side is branded with all of my info. So that front's real pretty, it's got all their info. On the back side, it's got my logo, you're the best client ever, you know, something like that, right? So really cool. Give away Yetis there at the top, that's Cutco. Have you guys ever heard of Cutco or experienced Cutco? I did not believe it until I finally bit the bullet. It was like, all right, I'm gonna try this $75 knife and see how good it is. Right, it can cut through your shoes. Now, I don't know if you need a knife that cuts through shoes. I like to just go out in the garage all the time and just start slicing them. Not really, but holy smokes, that thing's amazing. I know that every time I need a knife, I go for it. I really do. I didn't know I'd love it that much. It's a stupid knife. I don't care. It's amazing. So I know that if I always go for it, there's a really good chance that the client's going to go for it as well. And then right there on the blade, James Wood Remax. Woo, that's awesome. They're going to use it. Customized gifts. Also, I'm not here to give tax advice, but I have heard that it could be tax deductible. Talk to your accountant. At the closing, I write 3 notes. Not 1 note, 3 notes. I write an immediate thank you note. Thank you so much to the client. Your trust in me, it means the world to me more than you'll ever understand. I value you so much in your business. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hope you guys enjoy the new house. I also, at that moment, write the first year home anniversary card. Because I gotta be honest, 1 year from today, May 13th, I will not remember who closed last year. So unless you've got a really like psycho type memory, okay, where you remember everything, then put something in place like this, and then I also write that second year home anniversary card, and I write it right now. And then I have a filing cabinet in my home office that I pull out and just look, oh, there it is. There's a little sticky note on it. This needs to be mailed out May 13th of 2021. Toss it in the mail. Now they just heard from me with a handwritten thank you note that I wrote a year ago or 2 years ago. Because today I'm not thinking about them, I'm thinking about the current business that I have going. Okay? So figure out some ways to do that. Next, Anytime you give some branded gifts or some thank you notes, anytime you go out of your way to do something nice, I shouldn't say every time, but oftentimes, that can end up on social media. And what did I say a second ago? My goal is to get into their sphere. I want the Christmas ornament exchange event invite, right? I want to show up and win over their friends. This is just the virtual version. All of their friends were just told how amazing I was. Pretty cool. All of my friends, when they tagged me in it, just saw how awesome I was, okay? So super, super cool. Fans are going to share it. They want to help you. Hey, what's up, Brett and Christy? Hope you're having an awesome day in California. Congrats on getting your house closed. I'm swinging by the house. I'll be taking some pictures, sending your way. I kind of woke up with one of those panic thoughts of, oh no, did the garage get extended? So brought my laser measurer, and you can see that it's 24.5 feet. All right, 24.5 feet on the single bay. Okay, and I went from one of these studs all the way to the door opening. Okay, so obviously there'll be a little bit of room there for drywall and stuff, but should be at 24 feet, give or take. And then here in the big, so that's the single car, in the double, I got 23 feet from the frame to one of these studs. So it should definitely be deeper than normal, but y'all let me know if there's any questions there. I'm gonna snap some pictures, send your way, call me, text me, email me, any questions, thoughts. Hope you guys have an awesome day. See ya. So just going above and beyond, showing your current clients how much you care. Those specific clients live in California. They cannot see their home every week like the average person who builds a brand new home would go do. So I told them, don't worry about it. I live like 5 minutes from here. I'll swing by once a week and I'll take photos, video. I'll try my best to make you feel like you were here the whole time. And then the really cool part for me is I've got 3 or 4 others in the like same basic subdivision. I just go knock them all out at once. No big deal. Every Tuesday, you're gonna catch me for about 30 to 45 minutes, just swinging by, okay, and grabbing some of these, and then they're seeing that. And I get thank you messages from Christy every time, like, you are the best. She loves me, because who else would do this, right? Maybe your client isn't out of state like Christy. Maybe they're going on the job site while the home's being built. Maybe you could figure out about what time they like to swing by and check it out, and you could just happen to swing by at the same time. Oh my gosh, I was just coming to check, see how things were going. Show up, show them how much you care by going above and beyond. That creates raving fans. Again, showing them that you care. I saw this post, our hot water tank just broke and leaked everywhere. Saw that on Facebook. Love the Nyers, sweet people. And man, when I saw that, and then, you know, if you can see this photo here, you can just see the floors being ripped up, water on the concrete, big old mess. Now listen, there's really not much I can do in that moment, but I decided to pull their file, see if I saw anything in it. I noticed that there was a home warranty. Now, of course, we all know that's not gonna fix the floor. But what it did was gave me a really easy way to just show up and be like, hey, did you know that they would take care of your water heater? You know what I mean? I know there's a whole bunch of other crap to worry about too. That's gonna be insurance, you know? But hey, here's this, if that's helpful. Also, you're in a hotel tonight, I got your dinner. Where you want dinner? You want Chili's, you want Fridays, you want what, you know? Pizza Hut, you know, we don't have this. Okay, we don't have New York water. I told my wife, I think we're opening up a New York pizza place in Tulsa, Oklahoma next week, and we're gonna just ship y'all's water down. You know what I'm saying? Let's go. That would be the biggest place ever. So good. But anyways, I showed up. I showed them that I cared. I was genuinely there to make sure they're taken care of, take care of their dinner that night. This is well after a sale. I mean, this is 10 or 11 months after they bought that house with me. And then a big giant paragraph ends up on Facebook about how awesome their realtor was for going above and beyond. That's not me bragging like, ooh, look what I did. I'm trying to hopefully inspire you to take initiative. Go find ways to show up and show people that you care. Figure out how to stay in touch with people. I like to use a program that it will send them, as soon as they close, it will send them a return address. It sends them return address labels. It also sends them thank you postcard, as well as 10 magazines every spring and every fall for 5 years, branded with your information on it, as well as 10 unique postcards, 10 completely different styles and all that, branded to you over a 5-year period. Now, just out of curiosity, What do you think something like that would cost for branded materials to be mailed out on your behalf? That's 22, I think that's 22 mailings over a 5-year period, printed, customized to your client and you with your photo on it and all that. What do you think something like that would be worth? What would you be willing to pay for something like that?
$500 a year.
$500 a year. That's pricey. By the way, I'm going to go ahead and take your credit card information at the end. Okay? I got you. I got you. Because that right there costs $25. A one-time fee of $25. That's not per year. A one-time fee of $25. Anybody who learns about this and doesn't implement this is not rule number 2, a CEO.
Can you go over what it was
Can you say that again? I can't quite hear you.
I know.
I know.
Is that per address? $25 per address?
That's per closing. I mean, just every single time a buyer closes, I set them up. Yeah, it's per transaction, $25. I pay $25 every single time a buyer closes on a house, and then they get, within, I don't know, 10 days or so, they'll get their return address labels. Okay? Then they get a thank you postcard from you with your photo on it, all your info. Then they get 10 magazines every spring. Every spring and every fall, they will get 1 magazine for 5 years, making it 10 total magazines. Okay? Full of just content and information. I gotta be honest, I don't even know what's in it. Okay? Anyways, I've set ourselves up for it. You know what I mean? And I still don't even read them. Anyway, but the point is, it's showing up. I don't care if they read it or not. They saw my name and my face, and they saw that I sent them something.
What are the 10 unique postcards?
Postcards. I mean, just think of a postcard. It's branded to you. Happy Halloween, happy fall, happy Easter, just whatever. But they're going to send them randomly, 10 over the next 5 years. And you don't even have to think about it. This is a one-click and done, forget it, and they're going to get information from you, a great way to also stay in touch. Personal marketing company. All right, next. Every once in a while, I would reach out to, I don't even know what to say. You don't know, like, are you human? Like, what do you mean you don't know what to say? Like, talk about, give something of value. Hey, crazy market right now. Just curious if you know anybody interested in selling. Hey, are you aware interest rates really just dropped recently? Like, this is something I was doing a ton. I don't know, over the last 3 to 5 months, I was calling people and saying, hey, I bought a brand new house in 2019, 30-year mortgage. And that was, March of 2019. And in November of 2020, we decided to refinance and we took 8.5 years off of our mortgage. Meaning we dropped down to a 20-year mortgage and we kept almost the exact same monthly payment. It also cost me $0 out of pocket. Do you think that was providing value to people to tell them what you just went through and how that could benefit them? Not selling them a house, just providing value. But that also could lead to conversations like Zaina, who was like, oh, we're kind of thinking about getting a second house. Let's talk, right? So cool. Just stay in touch. Give them something of value. Talk to them about home improvements. Hey, if you ever want to improve anything in your home, if you're kind of curious about the ROI, call me. I'll help you decide if that's worth it in your area or not, if it really makes sense. Maybe you're in the neighborhood showing a house. You drive by that, oh, I sold that house 3 years ago. Why do you just stop right there? Do you ever think of somebody and you think, oh, I should call them sometime. I should reach out to them. I sure would like to reconnect with them sometime. Do you ever have that thought? Like you just think of somebody? Why not actually do it? Why not actually take the moment to throw the video in selfie mode and send them a video and say, hey, you were on my mind today. Hope you're doing really well. Hey, I just drove by your house. I know I sold it to you a couple years ago. It's looking awesome. Love the new flower beds. You must have recently put down some new mulch. It looks awesome. Great, great area. Love y'all's neighborhood. Hope my buyers pick it. If they do, I'll have to connect y'all so you can get together sometime. Maybe you can show them around. Whatever, right? Now, by the way, if they get together, who do you think they're going to talk about? Right? What's the harm in that? Heck yeah. Connect them. Comment on their posts. Send them a DM every once in a while. If you're using stories, make sure you send them a message. Again, where does real communication, real conversation take place on social media? It's not in the comments. It's in the DMs. So if they're posting their stories, that's a perfect time to send them a DM. You know what I mean? Oh my gosh, you guys just went to Florida? How was it? We love that area. Just engage, right? Stay in touch. Maybe you can host an event when it's COVID safe and, you know, not against the law or whatever. I don't know local laws here. But throw an event. And you guys, this is not about the event. It's about the intent. Your intent is to get together with them. Your intent is to communicate with them, check on them, see how they're doing. It's not about the event. It's about your intent. It's about you just reaching out to them, offering them something. Hey, come to this. Come check this out. Let's do a wine, beer, and cocktail tasting. I don't know about you. That sounds hella fun to me. You know what I mean? Right? Let's go. Or maybe in our area right now, Cinemark's doing this thing where you can rent out an entire theater for $200. Rent out a theater. Limited availability, right? Kind of do that whole sense of urgency, limited availability. Would love to have you guys out to a movie and you buy the theater for that night. If that's the thing here, try it. Maybe a day at the lake. Y'all don't have those probably. So I hear you've got a beach nearby, right? Whatever. Do something, and again, it's not about the event. It's about your intent. All right, I'm going to wrap up real quick, kind of wind this thing down. I want to give you a few kind of motivational pieces. If nothing else you've heard, I hope you'll take this away. I believe that there's two types of audiences that I get to speak to. All right? There's two types. There's those that hear my information, and that's kind of it. You heard it, and then you leave today, and nothing changes. And then the second type is those who actually put action to the concepts that I just shared with you. Okay? I hope you'll be the latter. I hope you won't just hear some good information. So far, I've heard some great comments. Thank you for all those. But please don't just let this be in one ear and out the other and nothing changes in your life. I hope you will find one thing and master it. And once you've got that thing mastered, I hope you'll pick out the second thing and the third thing and the fifth thing. Do not try to take all of this at once. That's overwhelming. That is ridiculous. Take one thing and master it this next 7 days. This next 7 days, one thing. The secret to getting ahead, it's just getting started. I love that. The secret to getting ahead, it's just getting started. And the secret of getting started is breaking your complex, overwhelming tasks into small, manageable tasks and starting with the very first one. How about that? I think Mark Twain. You know what I mean? Why not? Take one thing and master it. I also like this. Do not focus on your goals. All right? You need to have some goals. Goals are great. What you really should be focusing on every day, though, are your habits. Focus on the habits that are going to get you to those goals. Too often, I don't know about you, New Year's resolutions, what a waste. Okay? Seriously. This year, I think January 1 was like on a Thursday. I think it was. And I was already hearing on like January 1 that, I'm going to start really working out and eating well on Monday. And I'm like, hold up. The new year literally just started and you're already off? Like you couldn't even, like today's January 1. Let's wait till Monday. Let's wait, right? Forget it. Don't focus on the goal. Focus on the daily habits that help you get to your goal. That's where your focus needs to be. Somebody else said that. Not James Wood. Okay. Lastly, BombBomb, if you guys liked the things that I talked earlier about BombBomb, one thing I'm going to do is I've got an affiliate link, okay? I don't sell BombBomb. I use them every day, okay? I don't care if you get it or not. It's been a game changer for me. And if you're kind of like, let's test it out, they do a free trial. You should absolutely get the free trial. If you start on my website or in the email, I'm going to send you an email. Cool. I'm going to give you an affiliate link that if you use it, when you sign up and you have BombBomb, I'm going to do a coaching session with you. Like I will tell you all of the best secrets of the ways I use BombBomb every single day. And there's some that I truly believe experienced users that I'm talking to at these conventions don't even know about. Okay, there are some cool features of that program. So if you're kind of interested in dabbling, by the way, BombBomb requires 0 editing. This is not something that's time consuming. It's set it up and use it. It's that simple. It's an amazing, amazing tool. I'll be sure and train you if you want it. Now, would anybody like any of the resources that I've talked about today? Maybe it's that letter, okay, that I talked about earlier. Maybe it's my resume. Maybe you'd like a copy of it. That way you could tweak it and make it yours. Maybe you'd like a copy of my real estate guide that I take to every single listing appointment. And as you can see in here, I mean, I've got a postcard, and, obviously this isn't going to be in there, okay? But all of this, all of these pages, I'm willing to just share with you. If you want the free PDF, you've got it, no problem. okay? If you want that, totally free, right now pull out your phones. You've all got them. All you have to do is send one simple email. Send it to my email address, which is james@bestagentever.com. And if you send me an email with the subject NY, I'm sure you can crack that code. That's New York, okay? If you will send me one email, subject NY, and send it to james@bestagentever.com, hit send. It's that simple. You can literally do this right now. Now, I know there's somebody in here that's going to wait till next week to email me this. That's fine. Just know that having you all at the exact same time makes it a whole lot easier. So if you've got your phone, you want it, do it now. But it's okay. If you do it later, I'll probably see it. And I'll probably get back to you. Now, every time I speak, I get people who will literally be reaching out to me in 1 hour, be like, hey, I didn't get that email. It'll come, I promise. Now, I don't know the exact day and the exact moment it's going to come. It'll probably be Tuesday, okay? Let's call it Tuesday. I'm not at home. I'm not working right now. I mean, ish. But when I get back to normal life, I'll finish that email out on Monday. So let's give me till Tuesday to get it to you. And it will literally be a copy of every single thing I've talked about today, okay? For free, you just have it. Ooh, you want the slides? Anybody want the slides? Possibly? Cool. I saw one person say yes, so sweet. I'll include the slides from today. And I'll also include them into a web format. So you can literally click them like you were just here and watch the videos. It's not like a PDF to where you can't actually watch any of it. It'll be interactive. I'll go and throw that in there as well. So send that email, james@bestagentever.com, the subject NY, and I'll make sure you get all that stuff. Video examples, the children's listing agreement. Yeah, I'll throw all that stuff in there. Cool? Sound like a deal? If you guys want a good book to read, if you like the stuff about words, grab this book. A lot of these things came from it. It's called Exactly What to Say for Real Estate Agents. This is what I was reading on the plane on the way here, and I was like, oh my gosh, so good. So good. Have you guys heard of Curator? Yeah, Curator? Cool. The owners of Curator helped write this book. Freaking. It's a great book. Oh, you've read it?
I read it like 3 times during quarantine.
What's the name?
He read it 3 times. I've read it 1 time on the way here. It was amazing. Exactly What to Say for Real Estate Agents. There is a version not for real estate agents. So make sure you get this one for real estate agents. And if you liked the way I phrase certain things, the way we kind of help people discover the answer that you want them to, there's lots of different methods. You probably noticed as I was going like, oh, that kind of sounds familiar. That's because I might have read it on the plane here and be like, that's freaking amazing. Or luckily, as I read some of these, I was like, oh my gosh, I do that. What? I didn't know that was in a book, right? So there's that. Also, if you get really bored and you like reading, there's Raving Fans. Phenomenal book. Let's see. By Ken Blanchard and Sheldon Bowles, I think. Anyways, Raving Fans, another fantastic book for real estate agents if you're just really into that kind of stuff. So before we wrap this up and end, I'd love to just open up really fast for Q&A. Please be mindful that there's approximately 40 other people listening to us, so if it gets super one-on-one technical, let's hold off till later and let people go home, okay? But if you got kind of a broad, general question, please ask it right now. I'd love to answer it. Yes, sir?
What's one of your best resources for either time blocking or creating more of your family personal time?
Yeah. So I personally don't do time blocking. I have a, man, I wish I would have brought this. I literally just presented on this at R4 back a couple months ago. But part of that was how I organize my day. And I just have a list of priorities. And my priority is always first in the day. The income producing activities are first and foremost at all times. Then I know that my second one is, let's see, how do I categorize it? It's like the pending properties. Anything that's in pending, I need to make sure my transaction coordinator or so-and-so or whatever, need to make sure that they're getting these signatures and just kind of managing any files, right? Then the third thing would kind of be current marketing plans. If I'm editing video, I know that I got this listing, got to get that video finished. Creating flyers, creating a website, creating anything. So kind of the marketing aspect is my third priority. And then my fourth priority in a day would be Raving Fans, past clients. Oh, I've actually tried to remove that phrase from my vocabulary. There's no such thing as a past clients. There's just clients. Okay, we closed 2 years ago, but they're still mine. Make sense? So try to remove that phrase just and focus on client retention. So that's kind of my priority, but I don't time block specifically. Good question though. Anything else? Great question. Yes, ma'am.
Stupid question.
No stupid questions.
What are the taxes on the $150,000 house?
Taxes, property taxes are typically 1% of the purchase price. So if I sell a $150,000 house, usually their annual property taxes are about $1,500.
Have you read the New York taxes?
Nope. What is just a rough idea, an average price point in this general region?
10,000 minimum.
No. Actual property value, property price. If I were to come here and buy a normal 2,000 square foot house, 550, 575, 600, yeah. So, yeah, in Oklahoma, it's you know, it's starting to kind of increase because of this seller's market, but 225, 250, I mean, that's kind of the norm. And yeah, your taxes probably about $2,000 a year in property taxes. Yeah. A year, $2,000 per year. Now, yeah, we don't have y'all's pizza. I think our income tax might be different though, I think. Like, I think you guys have crazy property taxes, but do you have income tax?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you have income tax? Okay. I thought there was something different. Maybe that's Texas. Maybe it's Texas. I don't know. Cool. All right. Send that email. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Thanks for having me. Man, this is so much fun. This is my favorite thing. Thank you.
Yeah, we did awesome.
Thank you.
Hello, everybody. I just wanted to thank everyone for coming. So happy how it went. Everybody, if you want to be part of the mastermind, just drop your business cards off with Mark so that he'll send out an email about when the happiness mastermind will be, and everyone read the book. Read it. Thank you.